on hubs, or if you like, regional reference markets across Europe, North America, and parts of Asia. Our overdependence on these markets has made it that across the sub-region, we have arguably some of the most staggered or differential pump prices of, say, PMS, for instance. And I'm sure if we take it across board of other products, refined products, it will be a similar scenario, where prices will range from less than $1, as we have in Nigeria, to over $3 in some parts of the sub-region, all due to our dependence, over-dependence on different reference markets across the globe that drive the costs of doing business within this subsector and ultimately to the wider economy of our sub-region. So the authority, knowing this, as I said, has stayed consistently working to ensure that this over-dependence is reduced, if possible, as a matter of fact, in the near future, completely replaced with our own regional reference markets. And if you ask me, because of capacity we have built and continue to build, Nigeria should become that hub of this reference market. From Dangote 650 to the under 650 of the National Oil Company, to the many modular refineries, many of whom today are not touching certain common products like PMS, because again of the cost implication of construction and not having the right, or should I say adequate, framework across the sub-region to help them, to stimulate them to increase investments in their respective facilities. All of this is what we're seeking to address in the next 2 days. And so S&P Global Commodity Insights, the leaders themselves in their field of expertise, advising governments and institutions, collecting data, and helping create the blueprint for institutional growth and development, are partnering with our mid and downstream regulator, who is also committed to continuously stimulate growth in this sector. 2 of them are bringing stakeholders from across the sub-region to have this much-needed conversation. So I look in the room, I see subject matter experts from crude oil refiners to distributors to regulators and indeed development partners, all coming out these next 2 days to spotlight this matter of regional reference market for West Africa. I want to apologize for starting a little behind schedule. And when I apologize most times for moments like this, I apologize not because the organizers are running late. No, the organizers have been ready since the wee hours of this morning. While some of us were still sleeping, some of our directors, some of our EDs, management staff of NNDPR, of S&P, they've been going in and out of this room since yesterday. They've got it ready since the wee hours of this morning. So we've been ready. We've been ready and we've been waiting for you to join us, and some of you have joined us, hence we provided interpretation. If you have need for interpretation, if you need it now, as I'm speaking English, if you're not understanding it, it's okay to talk to any of our hostesses, our ushers, if you like. have English on channel 1, we have French on channel 2, and then we have Portuguese on channel 3. Right. We want to commend host ED, if you like, whose directorate is overseeing this event. ED, Economic Regulations and Strategic Planning, for the work her and her team, of course overseen by the ACE and enabled by her colleague EDs to deliver this event. Professor Zainab Gobi, a very good morning to you, and thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you very much. Let's please give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Her colleagues are also here in their numbers. Her colleagues are here in their numbers. We want to also thank them for the work they're doing with the ACE in ensuring that they are not regulators who are delaying the wheel of progress, but they are enabling that wheel of progress to accelerate development and ensure that all that needs to be put in place, in this case for reference market across the sub-region, is put in place with partners. Want to salute our Executive Director in charge of Distribution Systems, Storage and Retailing Infrastructure, Mr. Obogu Koha. Very good morning to you, sir. Please give me a warm applause. I'm sure he's here somewhere. Yes? Yes, please feel free. Yes, thank you very much. We also have the Executive Director in charge of Hydrocarbon Processing Plants, Installations and Transportation Infrastructure, Mr. Francis Ogari. Good morning to you, sir. Very good morning. Our ED in charge of Health, Safety, Environment, and Community is also here, Dr. Mustafa Lamode. Very good morning to you, sir. Please give them a round of applause. Give them a round of applause. I know I've seen Malam Bashir Sadiq earlier. Perhaps he's still somewhere around. Maybe he's with the ACE. That's the ED in charge of Corporate Services and Administration. The ED in charge of Finance and Accounts, I haven't seen him, or is my eye playing a trick on me? I haven't seen him, Mr. Abiodun Adeniji. I haven't seen him yet. So as the ED in charge of MIDSTREAM and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund, Mr. Oluwole Adama. A very good morning to you, sir. Yes, very good morning. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, Chief Adama, when I see bankers, I'm looking for a tie and suit. But you look lovely in your kaftan. Good morning and welcome. Of course, one thing I can try to assure you on is that though we are starting a bit behind schedule, we will do the best we can to get it going so fast so as to finish in good time as well. We have people who are joining us virtually, quite a number of them. We welcome them. And by the way, millions of Nigerians and Africans will also be joining us in a few minutes from now, because this event is going to be streaming live of one of Africa's leading broadcast channels for news and current affairs, Channels Television, that stream on satellite, terrestrial, and online platforms. So if you know someone who would like to monitor proceedings of what is going to happen here today, this morning, at least for the first 2 hours, you can just tell them to look for Channels Television if they use, you know, the satellite cable subscription platform, or they can go online, you know, the online streaming platform as well. They can go online and find Channels Television, who will be streaming this event once I'm ready to kick off with the opening ceremony. Dr. Noor Habib, a very good morning to you. It's good to see you. Dr. Habib, good morning. Good to see you always. Okay, so as I said, we've been joined. As I said, we're being joined by the downstream industry. I've seen the chairman of crude oil refiners Association of Nigeria, Koran, Mr. Yarakwa Momo. I've seen him earlier. The ES is there as well. Very good morning to you. And I'm sure there are many other members of that body who are here. ADA is also very well represented. ADA is the African body for refiners and distributors. Their ES will be speaking. I've seen some of their members in the room as well as some of their secretariat staff as well. So you see, there is good representation of subject matter experts from within and outside Nigeria to have this all-important conversation around regional reference market, if you ask me my opinion, which is long overdue. Technical, please give me background music, and I'm certain when I return, or before I leave, let me just quickly inform you, you are in the Congress Hall of the Transcorp Hilton Abuja. They have not informed us of any particular drill today. Therefore, should there be the ringing, continuous ringing of an alarm sound, it indicates emergency and will be expected in an orderly fashion to please locate the exit closest to us and proceed to the muster point around same exit. For the primary entrance into the Congress Hall, which is the door facing me behind you, if you're exiting through that door, it will lead you all the way out of the Congress Hall area to your left. You'd find the big sign that says Master Point. It will be a gathering place in such an emergency. If you're exiting through my right, you find your way around as well, all the way out to the front of the foyer, front of the Congress Hall. It will take you out as well. So I want to welcome the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources, Oil, who has joined us, our ace, the GCEO, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Shall we please rise for the national anthem? Technical.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. Nigeria may be
God bless the Republic of Nigeria. We may be seated. God bless West Africa, and indeed, God bless the African continent as well. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me continue this morning by acknowledging the presence of some of the dignitaries who've joined us here today. Let me acknowledge first off the Chairman Senate Committee on Downstream, the distinguished Senator Kawu Sumaila. Distinguished, very good morning to you and a warm welcome. Let's please give me a round of applause. Thank you very much. We're also joined by the Chairman House Committee on Petroleum Downstream, the Honorable Gochinyere Kagwano. Good morning, Honorable. Thank you for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to you. We're also joined by the Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources, Oil, distinguished Senator Dr. Heineken Lopobri. Very good morning to you as always. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Thank you for joining us this morning. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Dr. Meka Vitalis, OBMNI. Warm welcome to you. Representatives of all the cabinet ministers who've joined us here this morning, we extend a warm welcome to you. Of course, the man who is leading the Mid and Downstream Authority in pursuing for this regional reference market, the Authority Chief Executive himself, Engineer Farouk Ahmed, FNSE. Very good morning to you. Thank you so much. Please a round of applause for our ace. Thank you so much. We're also joined this morning by the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari. Very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Yes, please, a round of applause. It's not, thank you very much. They've made the sacrifice as yourself to join us here this morning on this important day. Let me also acknowledge the Head of Market Reporting and Trade Solutions at S&P Global Commodity Insight, Vera Blay. Vera, good morning to you. Thank you so much, of course, for joining us. We're joined by the Executive Secretary of the Association of Refiners and Distributors in Africa. Welcome, Engineer Anibo Kraga. A very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. There are other CEOs of regulatory agencies from across the continent who've joined us here this morning. We have in the room the Managing Director of SONCAP. SONCAP is of Guinea-Conakry, the Chief Executive Officer of Ghana's National Petroleum Authority, the Director General of Energy Sector Regulatory Authority of Niger, the DG of the National Petroleum Regulatory Authority of Sierra Leone, the Deputy Director General of the Angolan Petroleum Derivatives Regulatory Institute. We'll say a warm welcome to all of them. And the Head Evaluation of Economic Monitoring and Statistics, General Director of Hydrocarbon, Minister of Mines, Petroleum and Energy of the Côte d'Ivoire. Can we please give all of them a resounding applause? Let's please give them a round of applause. Thank you all for joining us from across the continent of Africa and indeed from the sub-region. Again, for those who need interpretation, English is channel 1 on the receiver, French is channel 2, and Portuguese is channel 3. If you don't have a receiver, you need one, talk to any of the ladies with the green scarf. They would get you a receiver to join in the conversations this morning. Let me finish what I'm doing this morning with the protocol by acknowledging all the relevant CEOs of the mid and downstream sector that is here. We welcome all of you. We thank you for joining us. Presidents and chairmen of relevant industry associations, we thank you as well for joining us. Captains of industry, our friends from the press, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this very first of its kind regional, sub-regional event put together by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Regulatory Authority, as we know them to be the authority, in collaboration with S&P Global Commodity Insight, which is on the Global Commodity Insight Conference for West Africa. We're looking at the West African fuel market, West African refined fuel market pathway to regional reference market. My name is Richmond Osuji, and for the next 2 days, I have the honor, privilege, and pleasure to be directing proceedings from this podium throughout as our speakers take turns to leave us their respective insights on the discourse that we're having today. I was saying a little while ago that this is far overdue, as we as a people in this sub-region have relied most times over the years on reference regional markets in Southeast Asia, some of them in EU and some of them around North America, giving rise to the differences that we have in our prices here on the sub-region. Then is a need to have efficiency. There's then a need to have transparency and some level of competitiveness within this sub-region. And most importantly, to create for ourselves our own reference market that would help us to deliver more efficiency to our people and to our sub-region. And for the next 2 days, experts will take turns to come and have a discuss around why this is important, why it has to take off now, and why we all must support it as legislators, as regulators, as policymakers, and as people who depend on this industry for our daily living. Moving on swiftly. Okay, we've been joined by another regulator here, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, the local content regulators, Engineer Felix Omashola Ogbe. Their ES is represented this morning by Director at DME at the board. We acknowledge Mr. Abdul Malik Halilu. A very good morning to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Yes, moving on now, I'll just give you already have the agenda. Following my opening, we'll take 2 remarks from the collaborators to put this event together. Following them, we'll go through the goodwill messages. But because of how much time we've lost, I'd like to appeal to all of our speakers this morning to kindly keep to the time that will be allotted to them when they come up to speak. Whatever the time is, please kindly let us keep to that time. Let me acknowledge, before I bring up my first speaker, the president of a Dangote Group, the man who is helping us to really be a hub in this region, Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Alhaji Dangote, very good morning to you and warm welcome. Please give me a round of applause. Yes, thank you very much. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, onwards now to our agenda for this morning's program. I'd like to begin with our welcome address in 2 parts. The first part of it is by our enabling efficiency regulator. I've been told by some experts from S&P that for nearly over a decade that this gentleman has been pushing for a regional reference market to really deepen transparency and efficiency across the sub-region for the benefit of not just the players, but for the people of the sub-region as well. So that level of dedication, when somebody does something for over 10 years, they are said to be truly expert at it. But when that thing is advocacy or when it's patriotism, it shows the level of commitment you have to the development for your country. I'm delighted to now welcome this patriotic Nigerian and African to speak to us this morning to open this event formally. Welcome, Engineer Farouk Ahmed, FNSA, Authority Chief Executive, NMDPR, for his opening remarks. Please make the applause better. Make the applause better. Yes.
Distinguished Chairman, Senate Committee on Downstream, Honorable Chairman, Downstream Committee of the House, Distinguished Chairman, Senate Committee on Downstream, Honorable Chairman, House Committee on Downstream, Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinator Minister of the Economy here represented, Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources, Oil, my boss, you are welcome, sir. Honorable Minister of Budget and National Planning here present. The GZO of NNPC, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, the chairman of Dangote Group. our partners at S&P Global Insights, Executive Secretary of ADA, Mr. Kraga Anibo. Or Mr. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol earlier established. Good morning, everybody. It is a distinct honor to welcome you to this historic event, which is organized by NNDPR through strategic partnership with S&P Global Insight to establish a pathway towards creating an African reference market for refined petroleum products. I'm delighted by the quality of the participants that have registered to attend this two-day strategic engagement, planned to review, adopt, and implement frameworks for achieving this shared vision. Despite being a significant producer of hydrocarbon resources, an important consumer of refined products, and a growing refining hub, West Africa continues to depend on posted prices of global reference markets such as Northwest Europe, US Gulf Coast, Mediterranean, Singapore, Arab Gulf, for all its trading activities. While these benchmarks are globally accepted, often they do not reflect the unique supply chain peculiarities, market dynamics, and economic realities of the African continent. A regional pricing benchmark, therefore, to promote price discovery, transparency, deeper market development, and enhanced availability of energy has then become a strategic objective that requires the collaborative action of all stakeholders that are major players in this market. In this way, establishing a regional pricing reference point will facilitate growth of trading petroleum products in the region, establishment of additional storage and supply infrastructure to accommodate the growing volume of trading activities in the region, real-time pricing data that is reflective of the peculiarities of the West African market fundamentals, attracting downstream investment through various trade zones and digital market platforms, supply chain visibility and energy security across the African region and beyond. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, under the visionary leadership of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCR, key policies and market development reforms have been introduced and implemented in Nigeria, which is enabling the growth of petroleum industry and attractive investment opportunities in the sector. These reforms include the implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, full liberalization of downstream sector, improving macroeconomic environment, and ease of doing business. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the regional supply of fuels in Africa has grown through improved refining capabilities in Nigeria, Ghana, Niger, Senegal, and Cote d'Ivoire, which currently stands at about 1.335 million barrels per day. Our statistical data for supply into West Africa region reveals that about 2 million metric tons per month of gasoline is being traded, consisting of about 1.44 million metric tons, which is 69% of imported products into the region, in addition to about 0.61 million tons, or 31% refining contribution from our own region, which means that the trade within the West African coast, whether from Lomé or Senegal, all the way to Guinea and the Gulf of Guinea, has been very active. Our contribution from our refining capacity is only about 31% and growing. Furthermore, the 2025 OPEC World Oil Outlook projects a 1.2 million barrels per day additional refining capacity in Africa between 2025 and 2030. The West African region will make significant contribution to this projection through new projects, upgrades, and rehabilitations, which are currently at various stages of completion in different countries of the West Africa, in Africa. This increased refining capacity will improve the market liquidity of refined petroleum products in the region. Nigeria is rapidly evolving into a midstream and downstream trading zone. Nigeria has an active maritime coastline that links all West African markets, deep sea ports with modern technologies and infrastructure, as well as regulatory framework that supports world-class standards of maritime operations. These factors have positioned the country as a viable hub in West African energy sector. Our partnership with S&P Global Insights seeks to employ the world-class market intelligence, reliable data, integrity, and extensive experience in the development of market benchmarks by S&P and the regulatory expertise of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority to launch pilot indices that capture refined products prices, such as premium motor spirit, automotive gas oil, aviation turbine kero, and liquefied natural gas in Nigeria and West African energy markets. Our shared goal is to provide clarity, reduce arbitrage inefficiencies, and foster confidence in African pricing framework. These indices will be vital to bilateral contracts, lending, hedging, and investment decisions across the region. Let us institutionalize our sustainable system. Let us institutionalize a sustainable system that employs transparent fuel market transactions which support the investment of all players in this region. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now, the opportunity is immense, and through strategic collaboration, innovation, and shared vision, we will not only establish an African reference market, but will also create a legacy of enduring prosperity for all. We therefore call upon all stakeholders to collaboratively work together in order to achieve this objective. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Engineer Farouk Ahmed, FNSC, the Authority Chief Executive, NMDPRA. The time is now, he says, the opportunity immense. So we must galvanize ourselves, achieve this regional reference market, and make this place a hub. Please let's give him one more round of applause. Thank you. From him now to their partners on this particular collaboration. Speaking on behalf of them, I'd like to welcome Head of Market Reporting and Trade Solutions at S&P Global Commodity Insights. Please welcome Vera Blair.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. On behalf of S&P Global Commodity Insights, I'm delighted to add my warm welcome to the inaugural NMDPRA and S&P Global Commodity Insights West Africa Refined Fuel Pricing and Markets Conference 2025. I think it's important to add the year to this because I think this is the beginning of a number of gatherings that we'll have in the coming years as we're looking to develop assessments and pricing benchmarks for this exciting and fast-growing region. My name is Vera Blair, and I'm head of the Platts benchmark business at S&P Global. So this conference today provides the perfect foundational platform for exploring the potential to develop a West African reference market for refined products. So we'll be focusing on regional standardization, pricing mechanisms, data transparency, stakeholder collaboration, market fundamentals, etc. And you know, at Platts we are in At S&P, we are committed to accompany you on this journey. I'm delighted to share with you that we are in the process of opening a new office here in Abuja over the coming months. We have been committed to service this market with our crude oil assessments for many years, with our news coverage for many years, and I'm delighted that we will also be able to present the NMDPR. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I've got a clicker. That's good. Delighted that we can present the NMDPR this year with a front page from our flagship Oilgram News publication of the year 1971 when Nigeria joined OPEC. So you could argue that for more than 50 years we've been committed to servicing this market here, in addition to our crude oil assessments for the market. This is not working as planned. Anyway, if we could get the slide deck up, please, on stage. We've also got market parity prices for Nigerian crude oil, and we've recently launched a number of refined product assessments, I think in the spirit of the discussion that we want to have over the next couple of days here, whether it's on an FOB West Africa basis for refined products and also weekly market commentary as well. So before we go much further into that discussion, I just wanted to set the scene a little bit, looking here at the price development for Dated Brent over the last few years. And what you can see actually here, how recently this market has actually been quite range-bound. If you think about the number of bullish and bearish news that have been sort of whipsawing the market, it's actually been in quite a defined range in the sort of $65 to $75 range. And actually the expectation of our analysts in the market is that we will see the market continue to be in the sort of the $70 per barrel range over the coming weeks, as we see on the one hand, very healthy demand from the, sort of summer refining season, offset by, some of the, the OPEC crude production coming back into the market as well. So while we see some kind of spikes, in reaction in the market to some of the developments, it is actually also that we often see the market correct really quickly back into this comfortable range as well. We have to see what the impact of the latest decisions by the EU now is to lower the price cap for Russian crude and also to ban the import of refined products made from Russian crude oil. I think it's early days for us to stand what that will really mean for the regional and global market as well. And of course, we have overlaying all of that, the US tariff negotiations with, various countries as well. If we can go to the next slide, please. And go to the next one, please. So I want to just spend a moment, we talk about, Platts as the leading price reporting agency in the market, and I wanted to share with you an example of Dated Brent here. Ultimately, one of the international benchmarks that has also been serving the Nigerian market really well. And I think it's worth emphasizing that while we talk here about the development of regional price markers, which I think is the future for this region, the international price assessments have been serving this market really well, and I think have facilitated some of the investment and some of the transparency in pricing. So a lot of that sort of culture, what's needed to develop, has actually come through that process. And you see here that when we talk about being the custodians of an important benchmark, this is a continuous journey that in the example of Dated Brent started actually back in 1985, so this is one of our veteran assessments, and how we've over the years and decades been guarding this through the evolution with a milestone step just recently, a couple of years ago, by adding WTI Midland into the Brent complex. And if we go to the next slide. So why did we decide to add Midland to the Brent complex? This is about bolstering the volume that underpins a benchmark. You can see here that with the introduction of that crude, a lot of additional volume has come into that, ensuring really the robustness of that benchmark for the future. And if we go to the next slide. This was actually a process that lasted around 5 years. And this is what I mean when I talk about, this is the beginning, the conversation that we have here over the next couple of days around how to build benchmarks for the Nigerian market, for the regional market in West Africa. This will take time, and this will take commitment from all of you to work with us as you would with other price reporting agencies to share data, report data, give feedback on methodology specifications, so to ensure that ultimately we service you, right? So that we publish is actually of relevance to your business requirements. So in the context of Dated Brent, this was a multi-year process. In the context of the Nigerian market, this will take time too. If we go to the next slide, please. And to the next one, please. So why are we excited about being here today, and why do we have this turnout not only in the room but also online? Because this is a fast-growing market. You only need to look at this slide in terms of the change in transportation fuel demand over the coming 15 years, and Nigeria is strongly, and Africa is strongly in the lead here to drive that demand growth, whereas in other areas we see that demand declining quite rapidly as well over the coming decades. We go to the next slide. What sits behind that? Of course, it's the rapid population growth in the region as well, and also still a fairly low overall consumption per capita in this market. So huge potential for this accelerated growth to be bolstered by that. We go to the next slide. Also, I think exciting that this isn't only an energy story, it is also an energy critical mineral story, because of a lot of the demand for fuel will also be driven by the expansion in the minerals and mining sector, as you see here, where the African continent is going to be key provider of those critical minerals for the future and the energy transition markets as well. Next slide, please. And so if we wrap all this up, then what we see here that the net import requirements actually for Africa are going to be stronger and faster than in any other region in the world, even if you compare that to Latin America and Oceania as well. You can see here on that slide that Africa is firmly in the lead to see that import growth as well. Next slide, please. So what does this mean? As we look at the opportunities that this demand growth presents for the market, there will be opportunities along the supply chain, and it will require for all the stakeholders to come together. There is decisions to be made by governments and conversations to be driven by policymakers with market practitioners to facilitate the needs of the market. Refiners can look confidently at the decades ahead as demand is forecast to continue to grow. Traders, similarly, have a positive outlook on the back of this demand acceleration. Infrastructure companies need to drive the expansion and the critical infrastructure that's needed for this market to really unfold its full potential. Fuel marketers will look at the demand outlook for transport fuels as a long-term boost for their business. And finally, banks and private equity will need to facilitate the investments that are needed to drive that growth for the future as well. We go to the next slide, please. So I mentioned that at Platts, we've been, in fact, already working with many of the stakeholders here in the room over the last few years, over the last few months in particular, to launch new price assessments. And if we go to the next slide, You see here an outline of the assessments that we have already identified in dialogue with you that have the potential to be the benchmarks of the future for this market. And we will spend time with specific presentations to look into those specifications in more detail, to get your feedback, and ultimately seek your commitment to work with us to report data that inform the foundations for these assessments. We will also, if we look at the next slide, look at what it actually means to drive the availability of high-quality data. Ultimately, as markets develop, we will pick up any piece of information and publish it back to the market to get your reaction, to get your input. But you can also see here that we value in particular data of highest quality, of highest transparency, with detail of those who actually choose to transact, and inform our price assessment process with transparent named data. So we will talk a little bit more about what the underlying principles of our methodology are and how you can contribute to that. So that's just about sort of setting the scene here. If we go to the last slide of my presentation, I wanted to highlight that this isn't just the dialogue from stage. If we can go to the next slide, please. This is a dialogue that we want to actively continue with you. So I'm absolutely delighted that yesterday, in preparation for this event, we actually launched a WhatsApp channel specifically for the West African fuels market. Normally, at this point in time, conference organizers ask you to put your phone away and to listen to what's happening on stage. I'm actually going to invite you to take your phone out, scan the QR code, and get involved in the information distribution through this WhatsApp channel that we're looking to share with you from here on, to keep that dialogue active and to keep you informed in what we are observing in the market. So with that, I wish you all a successful conference. I'm looking forward to connecting with many of you in the room here, to have my colleagues on stage here to share our insights with you. And thank you so much for showing up in such strong numbers, from the region as a whole, and I wish you much success for the future as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Vera Blair is the head of market reporting and trade solutions, S&P Global Commodity Insights. Let's please give her another round of applause. Setting the tone there as to why this has become pertinent. But if you look at one of our slides, you'll see that Africa, my Africa, endowed with a lot of resources across board, but our market is always driven by forces outside of our continent, which is why this truly is not just pertinent, but we must make sure it works and works now. So thank you to the authority and S&P Global. I'm going to tweak the agenda of my goodwill message just a little bit, because of the exigencies of time of one of our speakers there who would have to leave anytime now. And then I'm also going to appeal to all those speaking in the goodwill. I have been informed of the time that has been communicated to you. I'll whisper it as you come up to you, and kindly keep to that time. So let me begin with the goodwill messages. First up will be the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited. Please welcome Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari.
Good morning. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Downstream and Chairman of House Committee on Downstream, Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Minister of Petroleum Oil, Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Permanent Secretary of the Petroleum Ministry, the Authority Chief Executive, NMDPRA, also represented the Authority Chief Executive of NUPRC, NCDMB, Captains of Industry, ladies and gentlemen. First is my second outing in any conference in Nigeria since I resumed. Thank you. I used to say to people that I'm a little bit of a shy person, and I've been busy trying to get a hold of the enormous responsibility that has been placed on my shoulders and some of my colleagues. So I'd like to start by apologizing to quite a number of captains and executives that have not been able to be with you and show up. I'm just trying to get a hold of these home. Like they say, charity begins at home. But at the grace of God, in the next couple of months, I will be able to come out and at least have basis to have conversations with you. I'm still trying to understand the territory that have been assigned. And the minister said earlier this morning that he's going to capture me. So you understand what that means. So thank you very much. On behalf of the Nigerian Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC, I'm honored to extend our unwavering goodwill and commitment to this landmark gathering. The theme, building an African refinery hub, is not just timely, it is existential. It speaks to defining imperatives for our continent's future: energy self-determination, industrial integration, and shared prosperity. We convene today at an inflection point in global energy history where the imperatives of the energy transition, supply security, and Africa's demographic and economic momentum converges. This convergence is not without complexity, but it is also rich with opportunities if we choose foresight over inertia and collaboration over isolation. According to the International Energy Agency, global energy demand will rise to over 25% by 2040, with Africa contributing significantly to both demand and population growth. Meanwhile, over 80% of current global energy use remain fossil-based. There are not conflicting facts. They are coexisting truths, and they demand that Africa pause its own just transition, one that is pragmatic, phased, and anchored on our unique realities. The refining paradox of our strategic opportunity. Today, Africa exports the bulk of its crude oil, but imports refined products at a significant premium. This structural asymmetry depletes value, suppresses industrialization, heightens supply vulnerabilities, and compromises energy sovereignty. The vision of an African refining hub is therefore not an aspiration, it is essential. But vision without execution is hallucination. We must confront structural bottlenecks, including chronic underinvestment in refining and midstream infrastructure, fragmented and often contradictory regulatory frameworks, policy inconsistency that stalls investment, skills gap, and limited local development. Still, these are not insurmountable. They are catalytic opportunities if met with coordinated action, bold investment, and resolute leadership. Africa's refining future, a blueprint for action. At NNPC, we are not waiting for the future, we are building it. Through the strategic review and repositioning of our refineries, our strategic equity in the Dangote refinery, condensate opportunities, and our support for other third-party projects, we are laying the ground for a self-sufficient refining ecosystem that can anchor a continental hub. But we also recognize this truth: no single country can build a refining hub for Africa. Success demands a continental strategy driven by shared markets, integrated infrastructure, and harmonized policies. Let me outline a few key design imperatives. Infrastructure built for integration, we must for resilience and connectivity. Refineries strategically located near crude source, ports, and demand centers integrated pipeline storage and transport corridors, digital, secure, and climate resilient, multi-modal evacuation system that move products with speed and cost efficiency, policy coherence and regulatory alignment. Fragmentation is a cost multiplier. We must pursue harmonized fuel specification under the AFCTA frameworks, predictable licensing, and fiscal framework. One-stop shop and clearance system to enhance flow of investor confidence. 3, finance for scale and sovereignty. Africa's refining vision must not be hostage to capital flight or short-termism. We need blended financing structure involving DFIs, sovereign funds, and private equity. Regional public-private partnership framework that balances risk and returns. Project development support and guarantees to attract long-term investors. 4, ownership and empowerment. Refinery ownership must go beyond equity. It must be transformational. Indigenous participation is critical for value retention and national wealth building. SMEs must enable thorough financing and local content policies. Our national oil companies and sovereign wealth fund must serve as industrial hub. We need to co-create and drive our aspiration to execution. I think my final charge, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends of the energy, are custodians of African future. We must move from declaration to delivery, from national ambition to regional execution, from fragmented development to system-scale transformation. I commend the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority for championing this conversation. I salute every stakeholder present. This signals commitment. Your collaboration will determine our collective success. NNPC Limited stands ready to co-create, co-invest, and co-lead in building an African refining ecosystem that is inclusive, resilient, and globally competitive. Let us build not just refineries, ladies and gentlemen, but a new backbone for Africa's industrial age. Let us refine not just crude, but the future of this continent. Let our actions reflect not just today's needs, but the enduring aspiration of generations yet unborn. This is our moment. Let us rise to it together. God bless us all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari, the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited. They're giving the downstream sector of this industry a charge of what we must do and why it is important to do it. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me appeal to all the other speakers up to now to kindly speak not too slowly, not too fast, because of our interpreters. S'il vous plaît, parlez lentement, they say in French. Speak slowly when you come up to speak so they can follow what you're saying and transmit same to our participants. Indulge me. Let me quickly acknowledge the presence of the Executive Chairman of PCNGI, Barrister Ishmael Ahmed. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. The NSA is represented by the Director Energy Security Office of the NSA. We welcome Ojukaye Flagamakri. Good morning to you. The CCE, represented by Engineer Ignatius Anyanwu. Very good morning to you. And of course, the EVP, Gas, Power, and New Energy is also here, Mr. Olalekan Ogunle. Please give all of them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Onwards now back to the goodwill messages. Let me welcome the man who believes strongly and rightly so that nobody moves a vehicle with a drop of crude. You must refine crude to move any vehicle. For that reason, he's been championing the conversation for the downstream across the world, not just the continent. Hence, he is the Executive Secretary of the African Refiners and Distributors Association. Please welcome Engineer Anibo Kraga.
Thank you very much, Richmond, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The good thing about going behind S&P and the GCO is that they've actually made my point for me. Just building on what Richmond said, actually, nobody puts a barrel of crude into anything to go anywhere. You have to refine it. In fact, more than 90% of Nigerians will never see a barrel of crude oil in their lives. But they must use PMS, they must use AGO. All right, sorry, okay. They must use PMS, they must use AGO, which is why, as ADA moves to its 20th anniversary, we're changing the narrative from drill, baby, drill, to refine, baby, refine. That's what Africa needs for its energy security. I'm going to stand on existing protocols because I'm actually not very good at them, and my big brother, Dr. Farouk, Engineer Farouk has already done that, and the GCO. I'll just say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the regulatory and investment community, partners in industry, all protocols duly observed. It's both an honor and a privilege to deliver this goodwill message at this critical time when the West African refined fuel market stands at a decisive crossroads between long-standing dependency and the real prospect of regional self-sufficiency and sustainability. Let me begin by extending ADA's deep appreciation to the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, the ACE, NNPR, and S&P Global Commodity Insights for convening this critical dialogue. Your leadership in hosting this forum demonstrates the shared commitment to regional collaboration, transparency, and acceleration of transformative investments in the downstream sector. As we gather today, the facts are clear. West Africa, despite being deeply endowed with crude oil, still imports over 80% of its refined petroleum products. This paradox has imposed unsustainable economic pressures on our countries, distorted regional trade balances, and left us vulnerable to global supply disruptions, such as those experienced by COVID-19 and various geopolitical conflicts. We cannot continue on this path. We must prioritize the development and upgrade of regional refining capacity, strengthen our fuel supply security, and build integrated infrastructure that serves all segments of our populations, from urban industries to rural households. At ADA, we envision an Africa where refineries are modern, safe, environmentally compliant, and resilient, aligned with AfriClean fuel specifications that promote cleaner transport and cooking fuels and healthier overall environments. Our logistics and storage infrastructure are regionally optimized, reducing costs and eliminating bottlenecks. Our markets are interconnected and harmonized, creating scale and attracting suitable investments. And our policy frameworks enable public-private partnerships that unlock value for citizens and ensure fair returns for investors. We're currently supporting investment initiatives across Africa to upgrade dozens of refineries, with a strong emphasis on financing cleaner fuels, energy efficiency, and emissions reductions. Nigeria plays a pivotal role in this ecosystem. With the ongoing rehabilitation of the Nigeria state-owned refineries, the addition of the mega 650,000 barrel Dangote refinery, which is actually revolutionizing clean fuel specifications for the continent, and other refining initiatives, West Africa is presented with an unprecedented opportunity to enhance regional fuel security and reduce dependence on imports. These developments, including large-scale private sector investment, signal a bold step towards achieving self-sufficiency in refined products. But Nigeria cannot act alone. Regional coordination from Senegal to Côte d'Ivoire, from Ghana to Cameroon, and I'm very happy to that the ACE and NMDPR and S&P Global have been able to attract collaborator regulators from Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Angola, and even Guinea here today, so that we're going to have collaboration not just in words, but in action as well. The transition to cleaner fuels, modern storage, and efficient transportation systems will not be cheap. We estimate billions of dollars in investment will be required across Africa's downstream value chain in the coming decade, which is why ADA is engaging with partners, including the Africa Finance Corporation, Afrexim Bank, and the soon-to-be inaugurated Africa Energy Bank, as well as private investors, to structure innovative financing models for the downstream infrastructure that is required to deliver our increasing energy demands. We call on development finance institutions, sovereign wealth funds, and energy transition funds to support Africa, not just in shifting away from fossil fuels, but in optimizing and decarbonizing use of its existing hydrocarbon resources. But to succeed, ladies and gentlemen, we must build trust. Trust between governments and private operators, between regulators and market participants, between regions and within communities. And the cornerstone of trust in investors' language is ensuring effective, transparent regulatory frameworks are in place to cover the investor's investment horizon, which in our industry is usually a few decades. We urge regulators across Africa to align on harmonized fuel and product standards, transparent pricing and subsidy reform, resilient supply chains, including cross-border pipelines and depots, and policies that will encourage investments in LPG, biofuels, and other cleaner cooking alternatives. Above all, we must innovate in the digital tracking of products, in demand and demand forecasting, and I'm very happy about the discussion I've been hearing about a West African reference price for our products, and most importantly, how we train the next generation of downstream professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of West African refined fuel markets starts today. It will be shaped by the choices we make over the next 2 critical days about collaboration, investment, sustainability, and inclusion. ADA remains committed to working with all stakeholders present today to build a cleaner, more secure, and prosperous downstream sector for West Africa. The latest OPEC oil outlook was very clear that energy demand is going to be driven globally and in Africa as well by 3 critical things: the transportation sector, the aviation sector, and petrochemical sectors, all of which reside within the domain of NMDPRA and the actors here. Let us not wait for others to define our energy destiny. Let us shape it together, led by Africans for Africans. I wish everyone very successful deliberations over the next 2 days. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Engineer Anibo Kraga, Executive Secretary of the African Refiners and Distributors Association, ADA. Moving on from his goodwill, please, if we can give him another round of applause. Thank you very much. Moving on from his goodwill, we're going to go over now to our next goodwill speaker. Before I bring him up, the coordinating Minister of the Economy and the Honorable Minister of Finance, Mr. Wale Edu, is represented by his advisor, Special Advisor on Green Growth. Welcome to Temitope Akinyemi. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us this morning. Onwards now from ADA, still within the African region. We'd like to No, I was just greeting you. No, I was just greeting you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on now from ADA, we're still within the African continent, and this time we're going to go to SONAP of Guinea-Conakry for their brief goodwill message. I'd like to welcome the Director of Downstream Sector at SONAP, representing his Managing Director. Let's welcome Mr. Sori Keita. Mr. Keita? So he will be speaking in French. Again, you might need a receiver now. If there's no receiver close to you, please let our hostesses get you one. English is channel 1, French is channel 2, Portuguese is channel 3.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour.
Donc, Monsieur le Président du comité parlementaire en charge du pétrole, Messieurs les ministres, Elhadj Aliko Dangote, Monsieur le Directeur général de la NNPDRA, Monsieur le représentant de la SNP Global, chers participants, distingués invités, c'est un honneur pour moi de prendre la parole ici au nom du directeur général de la SONAP, donc la Société nationale des pétroles de Guinée. Nous saluons cette initiative conjointe de la NNPDRA et de Global SNP Commodities d'organiser cet événement qui est une absolue nécessité. Pour notre part, la Guinée, nous avons notre secteur qui traverse actuellement une période critique, c'est-à-dire un incendie, il y a quelques mois, a détruit nos capacités de stockage et complètement notre capacité de distribution. Nous avons dû réagir en urgence et adapter surtout notre stratégie globale. Toutefois, ce contexte difficile a révélé la nécessité pour nous d'avoir une coordination, mais aussi l'importance vitale de la coopération régionale. En effet, grâce aux efforts conjoints de nos frères de la Côte d'Ivoire, du Sénégal et de la Sierra Leone, nous avons dû maintenir rapidement notre minimum d'approvisionnement. Cet élan de solidarité, de coopération régionale a démontré à quel point l'approvisionnement et notre sécurité énergétique reposent sur une intégration régionale plus forte. Par ailleurs, cette crise est née une opportunité. Elle nous oblige désormais à renforcer nos capacités de stockage à travers la construction de nouveaux dépôts dans le pays. Pour répondre à un besoin croissant de notre pays, qui est un pays minier, et aussi à positionner la Guinée comme un hub régional de par sa position géographique pour servir les pays qui sont enclavés. Donc, dans cette perspective, le développement d'un marché de référence ouest-africain fondé sur des standards harmonisés, une meilleure transparence des prix, des données plus fiables, une gouvernance partagée est une absolue nécessité stratégique. Cela nous permettra donc d'anticiper les chocs et d'optimiser nos chaînes d'approvisionnement et aussi, bien sûr, d'attirer les investissements dans le secteur. Nous devons donc travailler ensemble pour créer un espace régional cohérent, articulé autour de collaborations entre États, opérateurs de régulation et partenaires privés. Le partage d'expériences est un levier essentiel pour surmonter ces contraintes communes. La SONAP, Société nationale des pétroles de Guinée, pour notre part, nous sommes pleinement disposés à contribuer dans cette dynamique et nous nous tenons prêts à collaborer à toutes les parties prenantes. Donc, je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur, pour la présentation. Okay. All right. Okay, so moving on from SONAP, we go over now to our next Kodo speaker. And this time, we'll be listening to the man whom I'm told was going to be here with us, but had a last-minute change and couldn't make it and has sent in a representative. And that is the Right Honorable Bogamek Berikwe Epo, Honorable Minister of State Resources Gas. But representing him here and speaking now on his behalf is Director Gas at the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Please welcome Mrs. Ruth Nohe.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly permit me to stand on already established protocols. As I've been introduced, I'm the Director of Gas representing the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, Mrs. Ruth Nunge. It is a pleasure to join you at this critical gathering of minds focused on shaping the future of the refined petroleum product sector in West Africa. I commend the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority for convening this timely and strategic conference. The theme of this year's conference, West African Refined Fuel Market, Pathway to a Regional Reference Market, captures not only the urgency of the task before us, but also the immense potential that lies in greater regional cooperation. For far too long, our region has grappled with the consequences of fragmented supply chains, heavy dependence on imported refined products, limited domestic refining capacity, and volatile pricing. These issues affect our economies, our industries, and ultimately the daily lives of our people. This conference offers a much-needed platform for high-level discourse on how we can collaboratively overcome these constraints, harmonize our regulatory frameworks, and establish a West African reference market that reflects regional realities and aspirations. Nigeria remains fully committed to this vision. Under the leadership of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, we are taking bold steps to transform our petroleum sector. The implementation of the Petroleum Industrial Act has ushered in a new era of clarity, transparency, and accountability across the value chain, and particularly in the midstream and downstream segments. We are actively working to increase domestic refining capacity through the rehabilitation of state-owned refineries, support for modular refinery projects, and facilitation of private sector-led investments. These efforts will enhance product availability, stabilize pricing, and reduce our dependence on imports. Additionally, the ministry is driving the Decade of Gas initiative, which aims to deepen gas utilization for power, industry, transportation, and clean cooking. Natural gas as a transitional fuel plays a vital role in powering our domestic refining operation and enabling broader energy security goals across the sub-region. Our regional aspirations must be anchored on 5 core pillars. 1, transparency. That is establishing pricing mechanisms and data sharing systems that promote trust, efficiency, and investor confidence. 2, collaboration. Fostering deep partnerships among regulators, governments, and private sector players across West Africa. 3, infrastructure expansion, accelerating investment in pipelines, depots, terminals, and intercountry distribution infrastructure. 4, market participation, encouraging local content, innovation, and inclusive policies that ensure participation by indigenous stakeholders, including women and youth. 5, policy alignment, harmonizing regulatory and fiscal policy to promote seamless cross-border operations and trade. The establishment of a West African reference market for refined products is not only an economic imperative, but a strategic necessity. It offers us a pathway to greater self-reliance, regional stability, and sustainable growth. As chair of the Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund, and as the minister overseeing gas development, I reaffirm Nigeria's readiness to collaborate with all partners to build a future that prioritizes local production, regional trade, and energy security. Let us seize this opportunity to chart a bold, practical, and inclusive course forward. I look forward to the outcomes of this conference and the actionable steps that will follow. Thank you once again to the NNDPR for this initiative, and I wish all participants fruitful deliberation. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and God bless the West African region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ruth Nohe, Director of Gas Administration Petroleum Resources, speaking on behalf of the Right Honorable Bogeme Ekpo, Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources for Gas. Let me just reiterate that this event is a collaboration between the authority and Platts S&P Global Commodity Insights. So just so that we keep that in view, that is a partnership between the two of them to deliver this RRM. Onwards now to our next goodwill speaker, and we're going over now to the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy. Can I appeal again to the speakers to keep to the time that I tell them when they come on stage? Let's welcome his representative, Special Advisor on Green Growth, Temitope Akinyemi. Now you can come to me to speak on behalf of the CME. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. As you can see, the Ministry of Finance is very excited to be here. Even before we were called, we came up quickly. And that is because the Honorable Minister is very, very focused on the market-enabled economy. So I'll be delivering a speech, and from time to time I might put in some of our in-house comments or our perspective. But this is a momentous occasion for Nigeria. When the market is defined like this, it is showing that the global community, the sector has recognized that we have what it takes to have a fair, open field. It is my pleasure to participate in this special occasion, which marks the commencement of the discussion on the establishment of a regional reference market for refined petroleum commodities in West Africa. Energy security is a critical enabler of the socio-economic prosperity of any nation and must therefore be supported with appropriate policies that ensure the development of robust market and investment opportunities. The leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has undertaken bold and sustainable performance, impact-based reforms across the sector. These reforms have unlocked the inherent potential that the Nigerian energy sector possesses for accelerating the development of regional energy hubs in West Africa and the continent at large. The full liberalization of the petroleum market, supported with the implementation of the PIA 2021, along with other strategic initiatives of government, has opened up investment opportunities for the region to strengthen the control of its energy markets, to ensure reliability of supply through improved integrated regional cooperation and trading. The proposed regional pricing reference benchmark shall enable the development and transparent and robust fuels market systems that support the strategic aspiration of ensuring energy security and improved intra-regional economic cooperation. Our commitment. The Ministry of Finance hereby affirms its commitment to providing all required support to enable the success of this initiative. And this is very critical, especially given that the global economy is now more fragmented.
The minister and his team has been attending a lot of these regional conferences or international conferences. And now the mantra across the world is regional trade, regional integration. So the time for the region is now. We understand that for a regional hub to be established, there may be needs to review policies and regulatory provisions that would support the growth of international transactions, both in monetary and material terms, and also to support investments across the region. The establishment of this planned regional reference market therefore aligns with our current economic drive and our commitment to inclusive and sustainable growth for all African people. A big congratulations to the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum, Oil and Gas for this feat, and indeed this is a major milestone for our administration's journey, and a critical platform that will spur further progress and investments in our region's energy infrastructure and the attendant effect on our regional economic development. We wish to appreciate the efforts of all stakeholders of this energy commodity market, especially the NMDPR and S&P Global Insights, for leading the strategic initiatives. And we wish you a successful deliberation over the next few days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy is there, as represented by Temitope. Onwards from him, I move over to our next goodwill speaker and the last one amongst the ministers, amongst cabinet members rather. Let's welcome now the Director, Energy Security Office of the National Security Advisor, Ojukaye Flag Amakri, speaking on behalf of the NSA.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to dwell on all existing protocols. I have the honor to convey the compliment of the National Security Advisor to the Authority Chief, NNDPR, and also S&P Global. The NSA extends its appreciation to the NMDPR, and then the SP Global for putting up a conference like this, more especially as it is anchored on refined fuel. He is optimistic that by the end of this conference, decisions will be reached that will further shaping the hydrocarbon sector. The NSA is very particular in the security of the hydrocarbon sector, knowing how important this sector is to the economic growth of our nation. So on the strength of this, the Office of the National Security Advisor has been coordinating a strategic framework to ensure safety of our assets, and with the collaboration of the Government Security and Intelligence Agency and other stakeholders like NNPC, we've been able to achieve a near zero infractions on our pipeline assets. As of today, all corridors in the Niger Delta are green, which signify the security and stability of our hydrocarbon sector. So on behalf of the NSA, I want to assure Nigerians and the stakeholders of the NSA's commitment in ensuring that we sustain this success and progress and encourage investors both locally and internationally to continue to invest in our hydrocarbon sector. So thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makri, speaking on behalf of the National Security Advisor. Onwards from them, we'll move over to the Green Chambers of the National Assembly. Let's welcome the Chairman, House Committee on Downstream, Honorable Ugochinyere Ikagwonu.
Permit me to stand on the already established protocol, but let me in particular recognize the Minister of Petroleum Oil, Senator Heineken Lokobri, and the Authority Chief Executive Farouk, Vera Blay, the S&P Global Insight, industry and regulatory stakeholders who are here, and the Chairman of Dangote Industries that is piloting one of the best refineries today in Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed regulators, captains of industries, it is with deep pride and appreciation that I welcome you all to this important conference jointly convened by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NNDPR, and SP Global Commodity Insight. This gathering here in Abuja is not just a conference, it is a bold step towards regional transformation. It underscores our shared resolve to reposition West Africa as a competitive force in the global refined fuel market. This convergence reflects the agenda of the federal government, a vision that emphasizes energy security, economic growth, and institutional excellence. Our journey to this point was shaped by robust legislative action. The Petroleum Industry Act of 2021 stands as one of Nigeria's most significant energy reform, an outcome of persistent advocacy, wide stakeholder engagement, and legislative foresight. One of the Act's most notable outcomes is the creation of the NNDPR, conceived not just as a regulatory body, but as an independent, commercially minded, and technically proficient institution. Today, the authority exemplifies what can be achieved when policy, leadership, and vision align. Today, there is a 65% drop in petrol imports, proving that our investments in local refining are delivering results. There is 35% reduction in cross-border fuel smuggling, safeguarding billions of naira and strengthening market integrity. Each of these milestones reflects not only regulatory success, but national progress towards self-reliance and industry resilience. Distinguished guests, such achievements do not happen by chance. They are a product of clear vision, committee leadership, and technical expertise. The NMDPR, under the leadership of Farouk Ahmed, deserves special recognition. They were once described by the President as a steady hand in transformative era. Engineer Ahmed-led NNDPR has redefined what it means to lead a regulatory body. Under his guidance, NNDPR has become a respected institution, balancing investor interests with public accountability and driving reforms with integrity and innovation. Equally commendable is the partnership between NNDPR and S&P Global Commodity Insight, a synergy of local regulatory insight and global analytical excellence. Through this partnership, we have witnessed improved price transparency, credible data analysis, and enhanced market efficiency. These elements are crucial in guiding policy decisions, attracting private investment, and positioning West Africa within global energy value chains. S&P's commitment to these regions affirms our market potential and future relevance on the world stage. As lawmakers, our duty extends beyond mere drafting legislation. We are dedicated to maintaining momentum through targeted legislative support. We will continue to advocate reforms that improve regulatory effectiveness and competitiveness. We are in the process of amending the PIA to address its imperfection, especially as it affects downstream operation. Our oversight will be firm but constructive, focused on performance, transparency, and innovation. We will continue to push for adequate funding to empower NNDPR to expand, modernize, and build capacity. We are mindful that this progress is happening amidst global headwinds, geopolitical uncertainty, supply chain disruption, and climate-related pressure. But these challenges are not insurmountable. They call for collaboration, policy foresight, and resilient institutions. Our committee will continue to support NNDPR and partners like S&P to ensure they are equipped to manage volatility and sustain public trust. Looking ahead, We envision a West Africa with adequate local refining capacity, transparent and efficient fuel market with fair pricing, stable regulatory environment that attract private sector investment. Achieving this vision demands shared responsibility among regulators, industry players, development institutions, and the parliament. We must innovate, digitize, and humanize our regulatory approaches, ensuring that policy serves the people while enabling growth. We must strive to eschew monopolistic tendencies that are more likely to create unfavorable conditions for the Nigerian petroleum market and likely to be at variance with the various antitrust laws. As we deliberate over the coming days, let us do so with purpose and clarity. This is not just about fuel pricing or compliance, it is about energy security, economic justice, and regional prosperity. Let our conversation be data-driven, solution-oriented, and people-focused. Let us commit to provide a refined fuel market that is competitive, transparent, resilient, and anchored by policy, powered by partnership, and inspired by purpose. As I stand before this distinguished forum today to address the future of the West African refined petroleum market, I must declare without hesitation, we, the framers and custodians of the Petroleum Industry Act, did not labor for 2 decades to replace the past with a new kind of reign of uncertainty, a system where regulators are dismissed on a whim on the scent of disagreement. Let me be crystal clear. A regulator is not appointed to be liked. A regulator is not an ice cream seller. A regulator is appointed to lead, to be focused, consistent, and firm in driving policy, process, structure, and strategic direction. We will not tread. Both the NUPRC and NDPR stand today as first of their kind regulatory bodies in the history of our petroleum industry. They represent a tectonic shift from decades of policy uncertainty to an era of institutional predictability and clarity. This is not mere rhetoric. This is what is unlocking billions of dollars in investment confidence from across the globe. Let me say it again. Billions of dollars are now pouring into our sector, not by chance, but by reason of consistency, transparency, and leadership stability. In closing, I extend profound appreciation to the NNDPR leadership and staff and the SMP, and also for turning legislative intent into a real-world impact. I also wish to appreciate those investors who have made the current petroleum market viable through their various investments in our petroleum sector, especially our mother refinery owners, investors in gas distribution infrastructure, and also Dangote refinery that have taken to Nigeria out of its present problem of non-availability of PMS. We salute you for what you have done for the country. To S&P Global, thank you for bringing global best practices into our local energy conversation. To all stakeholders present, I urge you to build lasting partnership and commit to outcomes that commit to action that will help to move the needle forward for our nation and our region. Together, let us fuel a future of energy security, prosperity, and institutional excellence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Oguchinyere Ikagwono. Please, on behalf of my interpreters, again, I'm appealing, parlez lentement, like speak slowly, so they can follow those who don't speak the language you're speaking. If you're too fast, they most times keep quiet, and the French speaker, the Portuguese speaker, lose out in the conversation. If you know me, this is not my speed of speaking, but I'm deliberately slowing down for their sake. Thank you very much. Onwards to the red chambers. Let's now welcome the distinguished Senator Kawu Sumaila, Chairman, Senate Committee, Downstream.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, all. The member and Chairman, House Committee on Petroleum Downstream, Honorable Minister of Oil and Gas, as the Chief Executive of this very important agency, our own President of our Dangote group of companies, the representative of the all ministers, representative of the Chief Executive, other critical stakeholders, good afternoon all. Actually, I'm highly delighted and happy to be with you this afternoon. The petroleum industry, especially on the day like this, when we are discussing measures to realize a major milestone in the journey of our industry. Let me start by acknowledging the exceptional leadership of His Excellency, Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Army Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, for the bold reform leading to economic development of Nigeria, more especially in the oil sectors. I'll also recognize the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil and Gas, my brother and of course my colleagues, for their effective coordination of their various ministries. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria and Africa, of course, have indeed come a long way on this journey of petroleum production and utilization. For many decades, the African continent has been a major supplier of energy for the development of the world. It has unfortunately been dependent on the other region for the provision of its fuel requirements. To address this challenge, the National Assembly, which we belong, has enacted relevant laws that align with the future anticipated or ambition for the country, where we grow into net exporters of refined product, competing favorably across the globe. For Nigeria to remain attractive for investment and for its refined petroleum market to be able to compete globally in a sustained manner, its operation need to conform with the international norms. These include transparent and competitive pricing, elimination, and safe and secure transportation infrastructure, and a reference index that take into account the reality and requirement of the region. Today's event, therefore, is a step in the right direction toward the enhancement of our regional economic development through creation of robust energy market system. As a region, we need to ensure that we take all necessary action to unlock our true potential beyond our meager personal and sectional interest and unsustainable economic and business practice. Let us embrace the development of inclusive mechanism like what is obtainable in the established climes so that we can collectively build Africa of our dreams, which features integrated infrastructure, sustainable business, and prosperous people. The current National Assembly is attuned to its aspiration and the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President, which is gradually repositioning Nigeria into a viable economic hub for the region and a credible partner for global business. Let me use this medium to assure you that the National Assembly will provide all necessary support for this credible initiative. At this juncture, I would like to congratulate all the stakeholders that are making the establishment of Africa Regional Reference Market for refined product possible. My particular regard goes to the leadership of NMDPRA under the leadership of Mr. Farouk Zadamadami of Dollar Usmania for their foresight in establishing the reference hub, and to the S&P Global Insight, who provide global expertise and resources. Before or after concluding my remark, all what we are looking forward after this very important conference is to have a situation where a common man of Nigeria and of course the entire Africa will be happy with the outcome of our discussion, our engagement, our interactive, our finding, and our resolution may help in resolving the current challenge of our country. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished Senator Kao. Because of time, speeding over now, having taken the tone setting from the two partners to the respective goodwill messages, we're moving on now to taking deep dive into these conversations. First off is a keynote address. Please welcome with me the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Oil, the distinguished Dr. Senator Heineken Lopobri.
Thank you very much. Let me join my brothers and sisters who have spoken before me to welcome all of you to this very, very important conference. Let me first of all recognize members of the National Assembly represented by the chairman of Downstream from the Senate, and also chairman of Downstream from the House of Representatives. Let me, for want of time, say that, look, all of you, are recognized. But I must single out, Aliko Dangote, for recognition. He's Africa's wealthiest man. It makes more sense for me to recognize him so that, people should know that Africa has actually, come of age in terms of, contribution to the global energy, landscape, as at now. Let me start by thanking, NMDPR and Platts S&P Global for putting this conference together. And it is important that, we gather from time to time, to discuss about what is happening as far as, Africa's energy, situation is concerned. You will agree with me that bulk of what, we used to trade in Africa was imported until Dangote refinery, came. And all of us are happy that Dangote came, and it is like, okay. They say I'm a very tall man, so he wants to give me this one. But don't worry, I'm not as tall as the way you think. We used to And we're still doing significantly, a lot of products that are imported from Europe and other parts of the world and traded in Africa. Our ambition, as a government following the PIA that created NMDPR, is to ensure that we support, the midstream and the downstream, to be successful in Africa. And that is why we're continually celebrating Dangote for building, the largest refinery, one of the largest refineries in the world, 650,000 barrels a day. And that is a significant contribution to not just supplying the energy needs of Nigeria, but supplying the energy needs of West Africa and indeed, Africa. Most of the times when people talk about, the energy, issues in the world, they talk about energy transition. And some people are thinking that fossil fuel will go away. I just came from Vienna about a week ago in an OPEC conference that was attended by almost 30 ministers from 30 different countries. And, at the end of the day, the communique is that oil will still be, constituting over 50% of the global energy needs, even in the next 50 years. By 2050, oil will still be contributing about 52% or more of global energy needs. S&P is here, and these things are, are verifiable by everybody. So the issue of energy transition shouldn't be, it shouldn't be a disincentive to investment in fossil fuel. Fossil fuel will still be the dominant source of energy globally, from what we have seen from studies that have been carried out, by experts. So Nigeria, our ambition is first of all to grow the upstream, because the midstream and the downstream will not be successful without a successful upstream. And that is why today we are very proud to say that the upstream is growing. You recall that when Mr. President came on board, in 2023, we were barely doing about 1 million barrels of crude. Today we are doing about 1.8 million barrels, inclusive of condensate. That is 80% growth, whether anybody likes it or not. But the truth of it is that we also import a significant part of what we produce outside the continent, where it is refined, and then we import it back to the continent. That means a huge reduction in terms of value retention in the continent. And that is why our own ambition is that we will continue to grow our refining capacity in Nigeria. And our ambition is also to ensure that Nigeria becomes, the marketing hub for refined products, in the shortest possible time. And that is why we give support to our refiners, we give support to our marketers, we always give strategic support to NMDPR that is doing an excellent job to ensure that we create the best environment, for this seamless trading to happen. One of the major reasons why, subsidy was removed was to trigger this growth. If government was, going to continue to import products on a subsidized rate, this sector will not grow. And we have removed the corruption, and all of us are seeing the growth, in this sector. Our own, as government, is to ensure that government doesn't crowd the space. Our own as government is to ensure that government doesn't get involved in trading. Our own as policymakers is to ensure that we create the best environment for private businesses to grow. Everywhere in the world, it is private sector that grows businesses. Government has no business, doing business. And that is why even NNPC, following the PIA, is now a limited liability company that's meant to be commercially driven, to declare the jumbo profits that Saudi Aramco, Petrobras, and others are declaring, so that Nigerians can get the full benefits of this huge investment. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that for Africa to fully benefit from this trade, we need to grow our refining capacity. Dangote refinery alone may not be enough. And that's why we're happy that, other refineries are also coming up. BOA is building, other, people are also building, because whatever you build here, it's not to service only the Nigerian market, but services the entire African continent. And if we talk about the whole issue of energy transition, it's more of a global, campaign by the global north. Even for the next 50 years in Africa, we'll still be using, significantly fossil fuel as a major source of energy. And so, as government, our own ambition is to grow this sector. Our own ambition is to support, the private sector to grow this sector. Our own ambition is to partner with our neighbors from all over, West Africa to make Nigeria, the hub for energy, trade, for the benefit of, the people who live in this part of the country, in this part of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to bore you, any longer with a long speech. You agree with me that those who spoke before me, from the ACE to S&P, Global, and to all those who spoke before me, they have already set the tone for this conference, to exhaustively discuss the issue of, refined products, trading. And I believe that at the end of it, we will leave here with better solutions to our energy, trading problems that are affecting this part of, Africa. But let me conclude by saying that as a government, we are properly aligned with the private sector, to ensure that Africa, and indeed Nigeria, maximizes the opportunities that we have at this particular time. Now that we have an improved refining capacity, now that we have a better regulatory system, we believe that this is the time for us, to maximize the opportunities that are available, to this sector of our economy. And to say that the president, who is directly leading this sector, has given a clear charge, and that is why you will agree with me that we do whatever is necessary, including selling, crude to refiners in Naira, which are innovations that are very novel. And we are ready to do any other thing that is necessary to promote, this sector. Once again, let me thank you for the opportunity given to me. And I believe that at the end of today, all of us will leave here better informed than when we came here. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, the distinguished Senator Dr. Heineken Lopobri, the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Oil. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're taking even a further dive into presentations. The first one is on building an African refinery hub, prospects and challenges. Who better to tell the story of the prospects and the challenges than one who took this patriotic leap of faith to get us out of dependence on importation of fuels. Please welcome the president of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Honorable Minister of State Petroleum, distinguished Senator, Chairman, Senate Committee on Downstream, Chairman, House Committee on Downstream. GCO has left, so the Authority Chief Executive of NMDPRA and other directors, S&P Global, I hope to actually stand on the existing protocol already established because of lack of time. Let me quickly rush this, even though I know there are French translators, but you know, I was told 30 minutes, but I'll try and finish in about 15 minutes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, industry leaders, government representatives, partners, and friends of Africa's energy future. It is an honor to be here to speak about a topic that holds the key to transforming Africa's industrial trajectory, building an African refinery hub. Let me begin by framing the context. Africa produces approximately 7 million barrels of crude per day, though we consume only about 4.3 million barrels of petroleum products per day. And quite troubling, we refine just about 40% of that domestically. Most of this production is in Algeria, Egypt, and now Nigeria with the start of the Dangote refinery. In sub-Saharan Africa, we don't have more than 3 good working refineries. To compare Europe and Asia, they refine about 95% of their consumption. So while we produce plenty of crude, we still import about 120 million tons of refined petroleum products each year, and effectively exporting jobs and importing poverty into our continent. That's about $90 billion of market opportunity being captured by regions with surplus refining capacities. To put this in perspective, only about 15% of African countries actually have GDP greater than $90 billion. We are effectively handing over an entire continent's economic potentials to others year after year. Now, I must clarify, I'm not against global trade. On the contrary, I believe in the power of free markets and international collaborations. But trade should be rooted in the principles of economic efficiency, comparative advantage, and a fair playing field. And it defies logic and economic sense for Africa to be exporting raw crude only to re-import refined products. Products we are now more than capable of producing ourselves, closer to both source and consumption. So why is this happening? Why have we not been able to refine our own petroleum products at scale? Based on our experience, building the Dangote refinery, the largest single train refinery in the world, we encountered 3 broad categories of challenges, which is technical, commercial, and textual. So let me walk you through each one of them. The technical challenges, let me begin with this one. Let no one underestimate the complexity of building a world-class refinery anywhere in the world. As a matter of fact, we have one single equipment that weighs 3,000 tons, which is the first of that kind of equipment to land in the soil of Africa. These are among the most capital intensive and logically complex industrial facility ever built. To construct ours, we were actually the EPC contractors. We had to take the charge to be the EPC contractors because we couldn't get any EPC contractor that that agreed to come and take this risk. They say Africa is very risky. They don't want to take the risk of coming to Nigeria to build a refinery. So we had to actually do that. We bought over 2,700, we created a company and also bought over 2,700 hectares of land, which is 7 times the size of Victoria Island, of which 70% of it was actually swamp. So we had to debush the land. Based on the data on climate change, we had to raise the land by about 1.5 meters. So we pumped 65 million cubic meters of sand from the sea. We installed over 250,000 piles of 35 meters each. Anything that you see in our refinery is standing on pipe. Millions of meters of piping, cabling, electrical wiring, and so on. One prominent company, which I shall not name, supplied us with faulty equipment, which I believe was intentional. The equipment was actually quite critical to the startup of the refinery, and without that, we couldn't have started the refinery. And that it took us 2 years to correct the various defects of commissioning that unit. And that actually reminds me of when we bought the refineries of Port Harcourt and Kaduna in 2007. The government took it back, and they are still not yet there. At peak, we had total over 67,000 people working at site, of which 50% of them are Nigerians. So coordinating around the clock across hundreds of disciplines of nationalities. Then, of course, we now came through COVID, of which actually set us back about 2 years. But I think we must be thankful to the government because despite the COVID, China and India, based on the written note by the president then, may so rest in peace, they allowed us to operate and allow us to charter planes and bring in people to continue. So, but we continue at a very lower phase. But we persevered. We built not only the refinery, but also a seaport, because the existing port capacities in Nigeria couldn't actually handle over 60% of our equipment. And you can also imagine that we brought in 150,000 containers. And majority of them we had to go through Lome and keep bringing them, in. We also had over 2,600 of heavy equipment in the construction company, over 1,000 vehicles, and 330 cranes of 100 tons and above. We even actually built the world's largest granite quarry because nobody could supply us with the quarry, which is about 10 million tons. But most of the hurdle actually, was assisted through the cooperation by NMDPR to assist in terms of accelerating the construction. After overcoming their commercial challenges, after overcoming the technical challenges, we faced the second major hurdle, which is commercial viability. Once the refinery was ready, we now proceeded to line up working capital to commence operations. Exchange rates has gone up from $156 at inception of the project to $1,600 at completion. The interest rates were exorbitant. but we had no choice. We appreciate all the local and the international banks by standing with us. They really stood by us, and they have done very well. One of the first commercial shocks we came with was crude feedstock sourcing. At the project inception, it was reasonable to assume that in a country producing about 2 million barrels per day, securing crude would be least of our worries. But we were wrong. Rather than buying crude oil directly from the Nigerian producers at competitive terms, we found ourselves having to negotiate with international trading companies who are buying Nigerian crude and reselling it to us with hefty premiums. Of course, as we speak today, we buy about 9 to 10 million barrels of crude monthly from the United States and other countries. I must thank the NNPC for making some cargoes of Nigerian crude available to us from the start to date. They have done very well. But it's been very, very difficult with the IOCs. IOCs have been the most difficult in our journey. Even after securing the crude, transporting it became another bottleneck. Lifting schedules were constantly shifted by upstream operators, and we were hit with excessive port and regulatory charges. Skyrocketing port charges made about 40% of the total freight cost, meaning it cost 2/3 as much as chartering a vessel, with the crew, insurance, and fuel included. Meanwhile, refiners in India who purchase crude from all regions, even farther away, enjoy lower freight charges than we do right here in West Africa because they are not saddled with exorbitant port charges. This is not only in the oil industry. I mean, if you look at it now, I can go to New York, was just about $400 from London. But to go to Accra from Lomé, you pay $600. So I just want to say that so some of you that know what is happening, you can have a rethink. In terms of port charges, it is currently more expensive to load a domestic cargo of petroleum products from Dangote refinery, as customers pay both at the loading point and also at the discharge point. But when they load from Lomé that competes with us, they pay only at the port of discharge. This is simply unfair and it is unsustainable. Then came the challenge of selling the refined products. Unlike Europe, which has adopted harmonized fuel specifications, Africa remains fragmented. Every country has its own fuel specification standard. The fuel we produce for Nigeria cannot be sold in Cameroon or Ghana or Togo, even though we all drive the same vehicles. The lack of harmonization benefits no one except, of course, international traders who thrive on arbitrage. For local refiners like us, it fragments the market and imposes unnecessary inefficiencies. To give one example, the diesel cloud for Nigeria is 4 degrees. Without going into technical details, this means that the diesel should work at a temperature of 4 degrees centigrade. Achieving this comes at a cost to us and limits the types of crude we could actually process. But how many places in Nigeria experience temperatures of 4 degrees? Other countries have a more reasonable range of 7% to 12% degrees. 7 to 12% degrees. This is low hanging fruits which could be addressed by the regulators. Any regional pricing framework must address this wide wide variability in standards. And to make matters worse, we are now facing increasingly dumping of cheap, often toxic petroleum products, some of which are blended to substandard levels that will never be allowed in Europe or North America. Due to the price caps on the Russian petroleum products, discounted petroleum products produced in Russia or with discounted Russian crude find their way to Africa, severely undercutting our local production, which is based on full crude pricing. This has created an unlevel playing field. In most African countries, petrol and diesel are sold for about $1 net of taxes. In Nigeria, due to this unfair competition, this price is just about 60 cents, even cheaper than Saudi Arabia, which produces and refines its own oil. This is due to the fact that we are having too much dumping. To remain viable, we urge the governments across Africa to take deliberate steps, as the US, Canada, and EU have done, to protect domestic producers from unfair competition. Nigeria First policy announced by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should apply to the petroleum product sector and all other sectors. Contextual challenges. Let me speak to the third and perhaps the most complex category of contextual challenges. Beyond infrastructural deficit, the most formidable challenge we faced was entrenched in rent-seeking within the petroleum value chain across many African countries. This sector has historically been a major avenue for corruption and rent-seeking, or rent extraction, really. When you build a refinery and disrupt that system, you are not just innovating, you are actually threatening powerful interests that will seriously fight back aggressively. Another major barrier is the offshore Lome floating market, a uniquely African phenomenon. International traders maintain a floating storage of about 2 million tons of petroleum products just offshore Lome. These were being sold at inflated prices, given the lack of local refining capacity. Immediately, the Dangote refinery became operational. They decided to crash prices. But make no mistake, those who profit from this system will do everything they can to prevent other refineries from emerging. The whole essence of Lome is to ensure that no refinery operates in sub-Saharan Africa. In fact, I don't see any new major refining project succeeding with the offshore Lome market existing. The obstacle must be dismantled through policy alignment, regional cooperation, and above all, strong political will. Without political support, there is no way for any new large refinery to be built in our lifetime. What I want to say is that if that support is not there, we will not. In fact, the entire people who are here with us, none of us will see a new refinery being built in our lifetime. Opportunities ahead. And yet, despite these challenges, the opportunity is massive. When we entered into cement sector, Nigeria had a production capacity of less than 2 million tons per annum and was entirely reliant on imports of up to 2007. Nigeria actually was the second largest importer in the world after the United States of America. Today, thanks to our visionary investment, determined execution, and government support, we have over 52 million tons of capacity. That's just Dangote alone, without Bua, without Lafarge, without Mangal, across Africa, and will be at 60 million tons capacity by mid of next year. We are now net exporters of cement in Nigeria and other countries, and we are targeting an export of $500 million of cement and clinker by the year 2027. This is the same happening in petroleum refining. Today, Nigeria has actually become a net exporter of refined products. Actually, before I came on the podium, I asked my people how many tons we actually exported of PMS. In the last, from June beginning to date, we have exported about 1 million tons of PMS. This last, 50 days. We have now polypropylene. By the time at our full production, Nigeria can only consume 30% of our own consumption. And we did the same with urea. And urea, we're actually, producing now 3 million tons. Indorama producing 3 million tons. So really, for you to know, Nigeria is actually catching up, is going to beat Egypt in the next 16 months. And will be the biggest exporter of urea in Africa. This is a historic turnaround. And with our LPG production of 2,500 tons per day, we are working to encourage more homes to increase the LPG consumption or utilization. And we are just getting started. Very soon, the refinery will be listed to give all Nigerians the opportunity to become shareholders. We are open to partnerships with African governments, private investors, and regional institutions. Our vision is simple but ambitious. Africa should refine all the petroleum products it consumes right here on the soil of Africa. Closing. Before I conclude, let me take this opportunity to address concerns around monopoly and dominance. The reality is that for too many people who have both the means and the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to our nation's growth, choose instead to criticize from the sidelines while investing their wealth abroad, adding little to Nigeria's real economy or Africa's economy. We have chosen to bet on Nigeria, and we will continue to do so. So we should not allow dumping to destroy our manufacturing base like what it did in so many other industries like textiles and co. Others should be encouraged to build refineries if they are serious. I think encouraging other people to build refineries is the job of the NNDPR and also the government. So, Engineer Farouk, I will rely on your leadership to make sure we encourage those people who have collected licenses that are not using. And I believe anybody who collected these licenses from you, either you cancel them or you put a penalty on a yearly basis so that they will return the license or they will build those refineries. In conclusion, the road to industrial self-reliance is not easy. It is full of obstacles, technical, financial, commercial, and political. But the reward are even greater: jobs, value retention, and economic transformation. Let us not squander the immense potential that lies beneath our feet. Let us refine it, transform it, and use it to power the next chapter of Africa's development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, President of the Dangote Group there. Because of time, we will pause for 2 minutes or 3 minutes, do a family photo, because the lawmakers have told me they need to go for a seating. We'll do a family photo. After the family photo, we'll just go back to the presentation from S&P and then to Mr. Bismarck Rwani, who is online. And after Mr. Bismarck's presentation, we'll then take, what do you call it? We'll then take a break after Mr. Bismarck's. So please just remain seated. We want to do a quick family photo. Can I respectfully ask the Honorable Minister of Civil Resources, OSR, please, Ace, please come. Vera, please, if you can come this way now, please come. Yeah? Can I ask the Chair of the Senate Committee and House Committee, please join us on stage, please. Alhaji Aliko, I should have asked you to stay back before you went down. Please come back up, sir. For your photo, sir, for your photo. Yes, please come. Please come. I'm actually going to be calling on all those on the front row, but I'm trying to see what I can do with space before I invite the rest of the people. So everyone on the front row, you on standby, you're coming out for this photo. Bros, please, I don't need anybody here. My photographers are standing behind. Nobody's come and stand in front here, please. Please. Okay? Is everyone on the front row? Are you? So, I think I have enough space now. Let's be quick with this thing. Please, everyone on the front row, if you can please come forward. Everyone on the front row, please. Everyone on the front row, please come. Everyone on the front row, please come. The CEO for Ghana is here, for the Deputy DG for Angola is here as well. Can you come? The Ghana CEO. Sierra Leone, is Sierra Leone still here? Sierra Leone is here. Okay, you're already here. Thank you, thank you. Please, if you can come this way. Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay, you're there already. So now, thank you. Thank you. All right? So please, after this picture, they will go back and take their seat, and we'll take a presentation from S&P. After that, we'll go online to Mr. Rwani, who is online. And after Mr. Rwani, as I said, we'll go on a break, right? So there you go. Give me a thumbs up if you have this picture. Okay, hold on one second. Hold on one second. This is Angola, please go. Angola, please go, please go. Okay, just one more shot and then they take their seats real quick. Please let's give Alhaji Aliko Dangote one more round of applause. The challenges they had to surmount, and of course, thank you very much. You have it? You have it? You have it? All right, fantastic. Huh? Oh. Chad, see, this space has been my, let me see what I can do now. Space has been my problem. Let's, if you can just stand behind them a bit. Yeah, just that way. Thank you, monsieur. Merci beaucoup. All right, real quick. Let's make the most of it. That's why I wanted up and down. Now you see what I was saying. If you have it, give me a thumbs up. If you have it, we're still live on channels. If you have it, give me a thumbs up. If you have it, give me a thumbs up. Thank you very much. Please give them one more round of applause. Go back to your seats. Thank you very much. Please go back to your seats. Go back to your seats. Thank you very much. Hillary, please, can we come back and adjust this as it was earlier? Thank you. Please allow them to take their seats. The presentations are still on. Because of the lawmakers, we had to make that small adjustment for the sake of the lawmakers. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on now with the presentations. As I said earlier, we're going over to S&P Global Insight one more time, and to give us a framework for regional reference markets, global success stories, I'd like to welcome Francesco Di Salvo. Francesco, just a round of applause for Francesco. You want to click? You want to say next slide? All right, let me.
Get me the clicker. Great. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests. And let me first start once again by extending our gratitude for being able to partner on this event on behalf of Platts, part of S&P Global Commodity Insights. And also thank you to all the previous speakers for having shared their vision.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, can we just take our seat, please? We're not, please, kindly just settle down, kindly. Kindly, I did announce that Francesco would speak, and after Francesco, we'll go over to Mr. Riwane online, and then we can go on a break after that. Please kindly take your seat. Thank you. This is forward, this is back for you. Like maybe show us on. Please, no.
Right. And if I could ask for my slides to go on the screen.
Welcome to the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulators.
So great. So once again, thank you very much to all of our speakers for sharing the vision and the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead in the world of the refined products fuels markets. Now, at Platts, we are custodians of some of the most important benchmarks when it comes to the oil industry. And regions like Africa, Nigeria in particular, have always entrusted us with providing that transparency and visibility onto the oil markets and entrusting those benchmarks to represent exactly the fair market value that each commodity that we assess reflects. And so, naturally, there is a lot of challenges that are ahead of us, and if you will allow me to take you through some of the more academic side of the way that we generate and derive these assessments on a day-to-day basis, it will be quite fruitful for us to foster this discussion over today and tomorrow. So, setting a little bit of the scene, why are we so interested in obviously, in accompanying West Africa's pursuit of its own reference markets? But it's of course because we're seeing trading surging in the region as a result of the greater independence that the region is finding in the refined products markets, particularly thanks to the Dangote refinery. And this is breaking a cycle of dependency of the region from the Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Antwerp refining hub based in Northwest Europe. And we see now the largest refinery in Africa actually compensating for that gap. And we see that coming online and increasingly becoming part and parcel really of the development of the reference market for West Africa. We've also seen imports dwindling as a result of the establishment of the Dangote refinery. And really this is now posing the foundations for the development of a reference market which is away from the traditional hubs of Northwest Europe or indeed US Gulf Coast or other regions of the world. So I'm just going to skip through some of these slides and actually go to the essence of what the price benchmarks are and what is a reference market and what are the ingredients that go into the development of a reference market of this nature. Now, when we talk about benchmarks, well, we mean reference points that are being utilized in the industry as indeed a reference and a way to derive a commodity price, which is commonly shared by everybody in the industry. And what are some of the key pillars that we see associated with the development of a benchmark? Well, we see quality similarity in an ecosystem. We see geographic proximity. We see common practices being shared in the trading of that very commodity. But also what we see is the development of a methodology which is founded on assessment robustness. And at Platts, we are very, very committed to transparency. We are committed to receiving market information and testing that market information with the marketplace in order to ensure that we are deriving a fair value each single day that is then being utilized in all of your contracts that you have entrusted us for so long with. So some of the essential DNA, we see the high degree of transparency. This is going to be very much a key word throughout today and tomorrow, because we're great believers in the value of a transparent market becoming efficient, that efficiency allowing for the prices to actually become the real convergence and equilibrium point between supply and demand at any given time. And that in turn also allows for the development of further liquidity. So as West Africa looks to develop its own reference market, it really needs to think around the level of transparency that it is able to commit. And we as Platts, as providers of that information, we are committed to that transparency, thanks to the integrity and the robustness of our methodology. Whenever you see one of our price assessments, whether it be our West Africa gasoline assessment, our dated Brent assessment, or our 10 ppm premium unleaded barge assessment, you can certainly be assured that each number represents that fair market value that is adhering to international norms of trading. We also see, and the methodology is very, very open to industry scrutiny. So all of our methodologies are publicly available, and myself and my team were always available to discuss any aspects that might be pertaining to the methodology. But also the high degree of market acceptance that is associated with the usage of our benchmark. And it is you, it is the community, it is the market participants, the traders, the refiners, the distributors, the producers who actually elevate our price assessments to the status of benchmark on a day-to-day basis. And this is why utilizing Platts assessment is very much the norm in a lot of commodities. It doesn't really only extend to crude oil or indeed to refined products, but also in metals or in pipeline gas, in LNG, petrochemicals, and really the entirety of the commodity and energy value chain is very much covered by Platts, and we are really trusted to be the leading provider of this benchmark price information across all of these commodities. So, generally speaking, a lot of our assessments have traditionally focused around the global pricing hubs, namely the US Gulf Coast, really centered around the hub where Houston lies, and Singapore being home to a very, very large refining and storage hub for crude and refined products, and also Northwest Europe with this big cluster of activity around Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Antwerp. And why are we interested in going through some of the academic side of this discussion? It's because exactly how these three hubs were able to develop themselves to the status of being the price discovery center for many of the benchmarks that we assess. Well, these are the same challenges that any other region that's looking to establish its own reference market will certainly be finding. So what are the key lessons really that we can draw? Well, certainly let's look at why ARA, which is, again, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Antwerp as a pricing hub. Why has it always been so important for West Africa, but why is it a pricing hub in its own right for Northwest Europe? Well, we've already discussed the fact that Nigeria and West Africa have traditionally been dependent on the imports coming from ARA, and that is now changing, of course, as we have seen very, very clearly. But what are the characteristics that ARA shared to become a pricing hub in its own right? Well, it's certainly home to the world's busiest ports. It's Europe's refining and petrochemical hub. It has got more than 2 million barrels a day of refining capacity, but it's also a major logistics hub. We've got pipelines, rivers, publicly accessible storage tanks. It means that all of the commodities that reach ARA, one of either Amsterdam, Rotterdam, or Antwerp, as this cluster of ports in Northwest Europe, is then able to find a way to end consumers by reaching them through alternative logistics, such as I said, pipelines or rivers, or indeed being loaded onto alternative cargoes. And it is also home to some of the largest and most deep water ports in the world, so it's able to accommodate a variety of vessels. And so infrastructure certainly plays a big role in the development of a region to the status of pricing hub. And it's also a key import and export location, which is open to a multitude of participants. That means that that price discovery mechanism, the convergence between supply and demand, is made even more visible by the sheer amount of participation that we see, and market depth, as will probably be the parlance in this market. Also, the product specifications are fungible. And what do we mean by that? When we say fungible, we mean that they are easily exchanged one for the other. Fundamentally, it's going back to that topic that has been already discussed here on stage around quality harmonization, the ability to trade around one single hub, a specification that is commonly shared and commonly acceptable by a critical mass of participants in that very specific hub. And that's why this region has really coalesced around this established price benchmark, has really trusted Platts to become the leading provider of those benchmarks in the region, which ultimately is then fueling more efficiency thanks to the increased transparency, and ultimately then even more liquidity, which creates this virtuous circle in which the ecosystem of refined products trading in ARA really exists. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Francesco. Okay, so we have our virtual speaker, Mr. Bismarck Rwani, who has been with us virtually since 9 a.m., and he has to go off somewhere else now. I've just been informed that, and Francesco is such a gentleman. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you, Francesco. Francesco will continue and finish his presentation after Mr. Rwani is done. Mr. Rwani will just speak for about 10-15 minutes, and Francesco would come and finish his presentation. So right now, I'm passing it on to the CEO of Financial Derivatives, Mr. Bismarck Rwani. Mr. Rwani, please confirm you can hear me. Good afternoon.
I can hear you clearly, and I'm happy to go on now.
Thank you very much. Please, I can hear you. I can see. Can I see him? I can't see him. Can I see him technical?
Okay.
We can see him. Please go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Let me stand on existing protocols. And I would like to say I'm honored to be here. And I'm speaking at the time, auspicious time, when Nigeria's new GDP has just been announced. And I'll take the opportunity to tell you that in dollar terms, Nigeria's GDP is now roughly $250 billion. The growth rate in Q1 is about 3.13%. And today, Nigeria is the 40th largest economy in the world and the 4th largest in Africa, if you include Algeria, Egypt, and South Africa. $250 billion is a far cry from the $1 trillion that we want to achieve by the year 2030. Therefore, I want to look at it, and I will call what we call the KGG to the GGG. In other words, killing the golden goose, and I'll have to refer to Elijah Aliko's discussion. Killing the golden goose is one thing, but what we are saying now, we are going to be growing the golden goose. We are going from KGG to GGG. Now, how do we do this? And how do we achieve, to achieve $1 trillion by the year 2030, we have to grow at 15% a year between now and 2030. Today, we are going at 3.1%. The only way to grow at 15%, if you can achieve that in the nearest future, is to emphasize the investment-led strategy. And therefore, when you look at it and you say that today, crude, petroleum, and natural gas contribution is 3.9%, which is only $10 billion. That's nothing. To achieve this, we need to have an investment multiplier. And I'll use the Dangote figures. Let me say $23 billion, which has been put as feedstock into the refinery and the petrochemical. Another $10 billion that has to be annual investment. And then you will have a multiplier effect, which will actually increase GDP to $111 billion. That will be what it will add to GDP, or the multiplier effect. There's no other way to do the GGG, which is growing the golden goose, except by investing in that and using that multiplier model. We must note that to do this, the entire refining value chain, from upstream to midstream to downstream, including distribution all the way to the local stations and to the whole of West Africa and Central Africa, we need to encourage these investors to do exactly what they have to do. What we say is one thing, what we do is the other. And therefore, the opportunity cost of investing in this business, right? And using it as a foundation, structural foundation for growing the economy is not even a matter of debate. We must understand that. And so, as we speak today, the whole transition of going from a natural wealth economy to a produced wealth economy, which is what the discussion is about. Natural wealth economy, you extract and you go and you produce and you go and sell. But a produced wealth economy, you extract, you produce, add value, and take it to the markets. And that requires a strategic and a very intentional strategy to do this, right? And so one must understand that you just don't achieve this by words alone, by policies alone. There's institutional reform, and there's a need to increase your production. And I'll tell you clearly, our goals are not just to have a $1 trillion economy, which is an aspirational element, but also to bring down inflation, to make our exchange rate stable, to bring down interest rates, and to have inclusive growth that employs people and enjoy so that it can be transformative. That is the key thing. Economics is not about just growth and numbers. It's about the welfare and happiness of people. If not, like I said earlier on today on the channel program, you can have happy statistics and unhappy people. We don't want that, right? So to do that, therefore, 1, we grow the economy. 2, we distribute wealth equitably. 3, we also distribute opportunities equitably. And that is the goal. Now, how is this going to happen? 1, we have what we call the paradox of oil. When the price of oil increases, the Nigerian government revenue increases, but the people pay more for the petroleum products, refined products. If the price of oil, global price of oil reduces, then our revenues drop, but also the people now. So the people, in real terms, we are neither interested in an higher oil price nor a lower oil price. All we want is a stable price that can increase the wealth and happiness of the people. And that is where you have to take a look at what has happened in the last 3-4 months. 1, Dangote refining has been able to bring down the price of oil, refined products. 2, the exchange rate has appreciated and has been stable. Inflation is moderating. Of course, the NNPC is meeting now and they're announcing the decision in another 45 minutes. If all of these things work in the way we expect it to happen, then you will begin to reap the benefits slowly but surely to get out of this quagmire we're in. It cannot be done by words alone. It cannot be done by policies alone. It has to be done by deliberate investment and acts by people in the private sector, working hand in hand with the people in the private and the public sector as well. So regulatory stability, regulatory intentional process, transformation of the institutions that support these things, and the courage and audacity of investors like the Dangote Group, who I'm happy to hear that is going to be listed. It's going to be a listed company, so everybody will have a share in this. And there'll be more of this kind of companies and more investors who have the courage and the audacity, like I said at the beginning, to continue to invest and to take a risk on behalf of the country. All I can say right now is that we thank Alhaji for what he has done, and we thank the Engineer Farouk for putting this together so that we can have this discussion, especially on this day when we are also talking about the Nigerian GDP, the new GDP, which has put some sanity to tell us that if we are to achieve $1 trillion by the year 2030, we need to do more work, and the work is what we are doing, what has started now. The other thing is that we talked about the infrastructure for African reference development. Infrastructure has both its physical elements and institutional elements. The physical elements are what we are seeing, the fact that here we have total investment of over about $100 billion in fixed investment in the country. That's where we are. aspiring to do. But institutional infrastructure is having the regulatory framework, having the judicial framework, having the environmental framework to ensure that all of these things happen, and then to create jobs. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, since I have to run off to another program, I want to thank you very much and wish you happy deliberations after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Can we go back to Francesco's slide? Thank you, Mr. Bismarck Rwani. Technical, please, back to, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Let's go back to Francesco's slides. Technical, please. There you go. You're such a gentleman. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So thank you. That probably has given us a little bit of time to really think deeply about the first few messages that I was sharing. So no doubt you're all already very, very well prepared and having digested those quite heavy concepts, right? Let's be honest. They can be fairly abstruse. But let's really solidify a little bit more as to what makes a reference price. What do we expect from that number that you will be using on a day-to-day basis to price your PMS or your AGO or whatever other product that you might be looking at? Price in its own right. Well, we certainly expect it to be able to consistently reflect a market value, right? And, I'll probably bore you with, with these notions, but really we want every single value to be that display of convergence between supply and demand at one single point in time, that equilibrium point, the marginal price that is being defined by the market on every single day. And that can only be achieved if we have a transparent and robust methodology. And that's why regions like West Africa, but the entire world really has trusted Platts to be the custodians of the most important benchmarks. You've heard us talk about Dated Brent, which really prices around 80% of the world's energy contracts. And that can only be underpinned by a transparent and robust methodology, which is also open to market scrutiny and feedback. We want to make sure that every price that we are assessing is reflecting market dynamics and market norms that are indeed shared by the market on a day-to-day basis. And we also really like to see broad industry participation, right? That liquidity that fuels in that virtuous circle, fuels that efficiency of the market, that in turn then fuels that liquidity once again, is one of the key parameters that we expect. And then what we also like to see is good quality and good amounts of high quality data that is powering this information. And what do we mean by that? We mean market activity. We mean bids, offers, and trades that are reported to us. And in our job as market reporters, it is very much in our DNA to be picking up the phone on every single day and talk to the largest variety of market participants, whether they be producers or consumers or traders, distributors, refiners. We want to hear from all of them where exactly is that market going at any given point in time. And also, that can only be achieved if all of this data is auditable, right? Anybody can actually look at this data and understand the methodology and how that has been applied every single day. We also publish rationales that accompany each one of our assessments on a day-to-day basis. And that is because Platts is very much independent and impartial as a provider of benchmark price information. So we will be talking a little bit more later around the methodologies that we employ, in particular, the market on close assessment process. But let me just give you a little bit of a curtain raiser to the discussion that we will be having later on today. I appreciate I'm probably one of the few people standing in between, your lunch right now. But one of the key tenets of the market on close is really the idea that price is a function of time. And you will hear more about this later on, but the idea that prices fluctuate by the hour, by the minute, by the second, really, in some of the most liquid commodities. And so we want to make sure that we're capturing the value of any market, whether it be PMS, AGO, Dated Brent, you name it, that we are capturing that value at one single point in time. And that point in time that we have elected is the close of the market. Hence why we call our methodology the market on close assessment process. And it is once again predicated on words which are not semantically void in our view, but they are very, very important, the words of transparency and efficiency. So we invite market participants to supply us with bids and offers and show us their convergence towards that equilibrium point, which then defines the fair tradable value and can inform the assessment on any given day. And this is just a little bit of a teaser because we are going to have a dedicated session later on, so please stay tuned a little bit more for that. But it's a good foundation for us to be talking about what else is, how can this power then the emergence of a reference market in its own right? And if we look at the data, well, I've just been mentioning, the high quality data that we rely upon, and there is a it's very, very important for us to make sure that we are connecting with that industry and gathering all of the information, all of the intelligence around each single market on a day-to-day basis. And we've sort of from a theoretical standpoint, established almost a pyramid of that quality of information that we see. And, we talked about before the market on close assessment process, and again, we're going to be dedicating a little bit more time onto this later on, but it's really predicated on the idea that this is the most transparent information that is visible to anyone. When you see a bid or an offer that is being reported through Platts Global Alert, you can see that that bid or offer is actually open to the entirety of the market to be able to react. They can see that market value, that price that is being bid, the price that is being offered, is there for any reasonable and creditworthy market participant to be able to react to that market value. And by virtue of this very, very high transparency that underpins that market activity that is being published in real time, we are confident in the robustness and the integrity of the assessment that is published on any given day, because it is powered by that very, very transparent information. Now, the MOC is a very well established process, and it's one that has been very successful across the established pricing hubs. We are also in a position to publish other types of information where the information may be a little bit more limited or perhaps a little bit more fragmented. And that's where we invite companies to supply us with that information in what we call the direct confirmed data process, where we allow you to submit to us information that then might be taken into account for deriving that assessment on any given day. But as I said before, the role of a reporter is not just to look at those numbers on a screen and trying to purely analyze them on a quantitative basis. It's also really to have an understanding of where the market might be heading on a day-to-day basis. We are market reporters, so journalists at heart, really, and so we will be connecting with a broader spectrum of the industry to understand even where market sentiment might be driving prices on that given day. And the MOC is the market on close assessment process is also hosted electronically. And as I said before, we will be dedicating an entire session to this, so please stay tuned. But just to give you a little bit of a flavor of the degree of transparency that is associated with the way that these mature and established markets are displaying the market activity. And over here, we're seeing a snapshot of some of the activity for the European refined products cargoes, where you can see very, very clearly where each named company is publicly displaying what price are they willing to buy at a given cargo of diesel or gasoline or naphtha or whatever this product might be. And equally, on your right-hand side, you're able to see where the equivalent offer prices are at. And all of this information is then able to incrementally move in prices until they find their own equilibrium point, their own convergence towards the tradable, the fair tradable value that we are keen to reflect in our assessment and ensure that that assessment is reflecting that fair value on any given day. So what are some of the criteria that we expect from participants to have before they can supply information in the market on close assessment process? Well, certainly, there must be some attributes, and they include a demonstrated ability to trade. So we wouldn't be taking into account information that comes from just about any market source that we might have. We want to be sure that whoever is submitting a bid or an offer for publication in the Platts market on close assessment process has a demonstrated ability to perform, and that's where trade performance becomes absolutely paramount. Those bids and offers that you saw just earlier, and that again, we're going to see a little bit more later, they aren't just notional or intentional bids or offers. Those are actual promises to buy or sell at the given price if a transaction were to occur on the basis of that bid or offer. And so that's where we really stand very, very seriously and expect that performance to take place on any trade that is reported to us. Once again, because the robustness of the methodology can only be as robust as the information that is underpinning it. And that's why we need to ensure that each single bid or offer that is transacted in any of our processes does actually follow with performance. And we also expect then a business profile and financial standing to be on par with what the trading community expects. The ability to trade on the given, on credit terms that might be prevalent in that market, whether it be letters of credit or open credit or whatever other mechanism that it might be. And then also the familiarity with the Platts methodology and the process, i.e. the idea that you must adhere to these guidelines for your information to be part of that price discovery mechanism, part of the benchmark on any given day. And then just going briefly a little bit through the way that Africa has so far been pricing its refined products, and potentially what are the pathways and avenues that lie ahead in the emergence of a new West African reference market. Well, this is a fairly complex map over here, giving you a little bit of the idea of the movement of the clean refined products. What do we mean by that? It's basically the movements across the globe between centers of supply to centers of demand of products like jet fuel, like diesel, like gasoline, or indeed like LPG. And I think the first thing that really springs to mind is that it is an incredibly interconnected market, right? We see areas of length which have got an excess of supply that is available for export, reaching areas where there is an excess of demand relative to the local supply, which, as we have discussed, has been traditionally the norm in places like West Africa, but rapidly changing. And if we look at the import flows into Africa, well, it's also been exposed to a large variety of sources, right? So yes, we said Northwest Europe, but also it's been the convergence of many other flows that have been coming from the likes of the US Gulf Coast, or indeed, the prevalence now of a lot of volume that is coming from the Arab Gulf, and therefore making its way into markets like West Africa and contributing to that supply that is available for the market, for the import market. So where does it leave then the benchmark play, if you will? Well, traditionally, sort of like, Europe and Asia have seen the prevalence of a variety of Platts benchmarks. In Northwest Europe, of course, it's Platts Northwest European assessments. In the Mediterranean, has been Platts Mediterranean assessment, and in the Asia Pacific, it's traditionally been our Singapore assessments alongside our Arab Gulf netbacks. And West Africa has almost been sitting, comfortably in this space, and oftentimes utilizing Northwest European prices as its reference. However, as we were saying before, the share of these oil products is really trending downwards. So whilst maintaining a spotlight onto West Africa, I'd probably like to draw the attention as to what are the European reference prices that have been traditionally utilized in this region and that really capture the value on an FOB basis at the source in Northwest Europe of those diesel or gasoline molecules that they used to be imported into West Africa in such large quantities. So assessments like our 10 ppm FOB met cargoes or our 10 ppm premium unleaded barges assessment have traditionally made their way into West Africa as the pricing references of choice in a context where the region was largely dependent on European imports. The same is true for North and East Africa, which have also been exposed to European assessments, but also for East Africa, also looking at that refinery hub of the Arab Gulf, and therefore, getting their exposure to be more calibrated towards the region, and therefore adopting the Platts benchmarks on an AG basis more than the European assessments. And also South Africa, right? Also being exposed to flows that are coming from east of Suez, so therefore from the Arab Gulf or from Singapore, but also importing a fair share from the Mediterranean, and therefore seeing their pricing formulas exposed to both of these continents, and therefore both of the Platts benchmarks for these assessments. So if we look forward to developing a West African reference price, this is where Platts has a big role to play in accompanying the transparency, accompanying the development of this market through the transparency that it is able to provide on each of its commodities that it assesses. And this is a commitment that we've not just started today, but it's actually been starting a long time back. I mean, we don't take for granted the role of custodians of your benchmarks, right? Of the benchmarks that the market has elevated to that status. It is something that we've always been taking very seriously, and so that's why we've always assessed with integrity and robustness all of our European assessments that have been utilized in this region. And the same concept, the same methodology, the same modus operandi is the one that we want to commit to for West Africa itself. Again, powering our assessment through that verifiable price data, predicated on transparency and liquidity that then brings on that efficiency to the markets, is what we expect to power our assessments that are dedicated to West Africa. And there is an ample suite of assessments, a big portfolio of assessments that the industry really can pick and choose from over here. And we started with the development of a dedicated FOB Northwest European West African grade gasoline cargo assessment, because we wanted to make sure that the industry was equipped with an assessment that was reflecting the actual molecules that were imported into West Africa, predominantly into Nigeria. The ability to choose a specification that is really aligned with the one that is consumed at the pump. But also then, now with the emergence of increasing length coming out of West Africa, also giving the spotlight and the transparency to those barrels and to those economics that are coming out of the region in itself. And that's why we have two additional assessments that we want to make sure that we are socializing with you as much as possible. And it is our gasoline STS Lome assessment, capturing the value on a ship-to-ship transfer of the volumes of gasoline that are being exchanged in Lome, but crucially also our gasoline West African assessment, which is then capturing the value on an FOB basis of gasoline cargoes coming out of Nigeria in itself. And that's where we see the largest potential for our price assessment to, again, be powered by that important information that then brings more transparency and then more liquidity onto these markets to become more efficient. And Vera's mentioned this before, but once again, to give you a little bit of a spotlight as to the regional element to these assessments and how they have got the potential to become benchmarks in their own right when they are elevated by the industry, by the market, when they're trusted by the market to be incorporated into contracts. And all of these are, of course, available in a number of ways, in a number of mediums through which we publish, including European Market Scan, which is no doubt one of your most familiar publications. Now, I am conscious of time. I know that there has been a lot of discussion, and so I would like to just leave you with the thoughts of our, once again, our renewed commitment to transparency for the region. And I look forward to continuing this discussion with you, whether it be on stage or offline later on. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Francesco. He's giving us what the success stories are out there. Now, I had announced that we would take a moment. However, I've just been informed now that our lunch is ready instead in a couple of minutes. So why not just take this panel and then go do lunch after the panel and come back and continue, right? Those in favor say aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. Okay. Anyways, but the whole idea is so that once we rise from the break, we'll just proceed and do lunch and come back for what is left. But give us the next 35 minutes to knock off this panel session, which is looking at what Alhaji Aliko Dangote discussed earlier. And so without much ado, let me begin the panel session. First off, by welcoming Hillary. If I can get someone's attention here real quick, with the speed of light, I will appreciate it. Thank you very much. So moving on to the panel, again, is on building an African refinery hub, prospects and challenges. Let me, from the authority, welcome Mr. Ubogu Ukoha, ED, Distribution System, Storage and Retailing Infrastructure. You are welcome, sir, to your seat on the podium. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Joining him from the Commission, I'd like to welcome Engineer I.O. Anyanwu. You are welcome. Technical, I need what I just asked for now. I need it now, please. Thank you. Joining them on the panel. Just come this way. Sir, you are going to his right. Yes. Right there, sir. Yes, thank you. Joining them on the panel, I'd like to welcome from NNPC Refineries, the coordinator, Mr. Adebayo Aderile. You are welcome to your... Yes, please, you are welcome. Joining them on the panel, technical... Joining them on the panel, I'd like to welcome the chairman of Crude Oil Refiners Association of Nigeria, Engineer Momojima Oyerekwa. You are welcome on the panel. Joining them on the panel, yeah. Joining them on the panel is the Executive Secretary of ADA. Welcome, Engineer Anibo Krager. Engineer Krager, you are welcome. Technical, I need a handheld, please. I need a handheld mic, thank you. To moderate the panel for us of the lead consultant for Captree Limited, let's welcome Mr. Olabode Shomi. Mr. Olabode Shomi, you are welcome. Technical, give me a handheld mic. Sound, give me a handheld mic. Thank you. All right.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. What was initially an ardent task has been extended. We initially had about an hour. Now we are reduced to about 45 minutes for everyone. So we'll be cutting short the period of speaking for everyone from 5 minutes to 3 minutes 3 minutes 30 seconds. So when it gets to exactly 3 minutes, I'll do a tap indicating that they should wrap up within the next 30 seconds. So without further ado, we are here because of the energy industry. Energy is the most important commodity in the world, period. Wherever you are, be it in Cape Town, South Africa, Calgary, in Canada, or even in my village, you probably got out of the bed, got into some form of vehicle, and moved. That movement required energy. What we know as modern life today will be impossible without energy. In fact, every development, every characteristic of economic indices is anchored on what we know as energy. And we have this energy in various forms. In fact, the second law of thermodynamics says that energy is not created or destroyed, but is converted from one form to the other. And today, we have come to talk about the downstream sector of the energy industry, of the petroleum industry, in particular, the refining aspects of it. So we want to look at how it affects us, how it affects our economy, and how it affects, dovetails into our daily lives. The panelists have been introduced, and we'll first be getting their opening thoughts before going into the key issues that supports the industry proper. So, Mr. Okowa, sir, your opening thoughts on the matter.
Thank you very much, Olabode. And my opening thoughts really is to share my optimism that when I map the landscape within Africa, yes, indeed, I see challenges which are insurmountable, or which are surmountable. But I also see that the prospects far outweigh the challenges. And so for me, it's a very positive picture on the need for us to convert West Africa, transform West Africa into a refining hub. Not just with every hub, there's always the spoke that goes around the continent. And so for me, it's a very positive picture that we have from a regulatory perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your opening thoughts, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My opening thoughts about what we are doing today, building a refining hub, is indeed a very good project if eventually realized. It will be just like a dream come true, considering the fact of refining deficits we have. So such a project, even though it's huge, will be very, very interesting to realize. And when realized, it can trigger economic development, not only in the West African sub-region, but in the African continent as a whole. It's huge, but indeed it's compelling and needs to be done. That's my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure being here with you today. I think the topic at hand is a welcome topic. We're late, but bringing it back onto the table, it's both timely and strategic. And I think with the growing energy demands across West Africa and the abundant crude oil reserves we have, I think it's something, the refinery hub is something that is welcome. And translating this ambition into reality, the challenges and the opportunities are there, but I think where there's a will, we can always summon those challenges. The prospects are huge for us to work across borders to ensure that we can come together to create a refinery hub. And I think one of the good things about it is that ECOWAS has been doing some work around this in terms of the Alpha 6, ARDA, ADA, and Apple are working towards this direction as well. And I think in this discussion, we'll be looking forward to just sharing thoughts about how we can move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon all. My own perspective will come from the point of value. What does refinery actually do for us? It's domiciling value. Like my brother said earlier when he was giving his speech, he said it should be refining, instead of probably drill baby. But however, I think it's both. Because if you drill, what do you do with it? You have to refine. So, and why do you refine? It's to domicile value. And that value is along the value chain. Apart from energy security that you create, there is also economic value that you would domicile. So recently, I began to say, I said, are we refining for energy security? Or are we are we producing crude for energy security in Nigeria, or we're producing crude for commercial value and security? For me, it's both. Both can create value in the country. However, if we export all of our crude and we don't domicile the value of refining in Nigeria, who benefits? So the context of this today, for me, I'm going to be seeing it from the point of what do we do with the crude that we produce in Nigeria. The sense to me is that we should try as much as possible to refine much of it in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kogwa.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just to build on what the other speakers have said, I think from my perspective, it's if you want to have a refining hub, what do you actually need to make this work? The first and most important thing is the market and a strategic location that matches raw materials with the market, and then the ability to process. The good news that we have is that thanks to Alhaji Dangote and his very ambitious project that has been birthed, we have base refining capacity in the region as well as optionality for other investors as time goes on. That said, the questions to ask is, beyond that, how do you really make it a hub? Is there the interconnectivity to do it? Okay? When you look at from Senegal, they have crude oil, Cote d'Ivoire has crude oil, Ghana has, Nigeria has, Cameroon, we all have. What's the interconnectivity? How are we going to put in place the interconnectivity? And I'm not just talking pipelines, I'm talking even ships. How are you going to get things, how are we going to do that? And then last but not least, there's a question I always ask when I'm in rooms like this. I sometimes get into trouble, but I always ask, raise your hand if you're going to be 40 years old or younger by 2030. Because if you are not, you're not really going to be part of this long-term energy transition that we're talking about. We're going to talk about it. So where are the people? How are we going to get the people and start to get them invested? Remember, our industry is competing with TikTok and influencing as sources of income, which are less stressful. So we have, the good news is we have the population. Nigeria will have the top 3 population in the world by 2050, globally. We have access to crude oil across the entire region. We have a good base in terms of installed capacity that is producing that we can see and optionality, but we don't have connectivity. And we don't have a long-term plan for our diverse workforce that's required to sustain the performance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, we've agreed that there's a market. But more importantly is, how do we define that market in terms of various options? And we have a West African market that we're looking at. But irrespective of how we define the market, one thing that is certain is that a market is a bridge that connects both suppliers and producers. So how are we, and there are no two markets that are the same, whether it be in any country or similar countries or industries. So now the question is, for West Africa, where there's an evolution, where a market is evolving, where a market is defining how the region economy is going to play, what are the challenges, the opportunities, or should I say, from each different perspective, what are the things that we see? In this case, I would like to first start with NIGERIAN to give us an upstream perspective, or should I say your perspective on what you see, the way you see the industry evolving.
Okay, thank you very much for this project of this magnitude and from the upstream perspective. First of all, you need to assure feedstock supply to such huge projects. I'm talking about the challenges now. You need to ensure that there is adequate supply, first of all. And again, you also find out that evacuation, even when you have the supply, if you have the production, you need to evacuate. And if there are no means of evacuation, that will be another problem. Again, the challenges, there is funding needed to actualize such a huge project. And when you get such, there are existing refineries, for instance, that have existing pipelines. Now, what is their status in terms of integrity to do the job? Then, also, there are needs of siting, from upstream perspective, such facilities very close to the production, just to minimize cost, and again, to reduce interference, as we witnessed with the pipeline. Having said that, are there opportunities? Yes, there are opportunities abound, in doing that. Considering the reserves and the size of such facilities that can have, you may have some clusters of smaller refineries near the source of production. There are some stranded volumes, some stranded reserves that can be an opportunity for smaller investors that can build clusters of refineries. Again, you also need adequate storage and means of evacuation. Like my brother said earlier, not just the pipeline, you can also have rail for distribution so that you have a very good distribution network. So from the upstream perspective, I can summarize that we need to ensure steady production and ensure that such facilities, I think I can stop that.
Yes, sir.
For now, yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Kowasa, your own perspectives on the challenge.
Okay. The biggest competitive advantage that West Africa has to become a refining hub is actually the prospects of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Within Africa and within the FCTA, there's ease of movement of goods. That is the objective. And the point to note here is that Africa, the FCTA does not just offer the biggest free trade area of about 54 member states, 1.3 billion population, as well as the second largest continent in terms of geographical area. But when you look at the product consumption, it's been highlighted this morning that the total average trade volume for PMS alone for 2025 averaged 2 million metric tons per month. That's a huge demand for energy, for any refined product. And that upside is what I see in terms of demand. Are there challenges to this? Certainly there are. There is infrastructure gaps across the continent. There are non-tariff barriers. You would find varying development stages in different countries. And it's also been mentioned earlier today that there is need to harmonize regulatory outlook between the member nations to have some uniformity. Now, looking at the supply end of it, let me just focus a little bit on Nigeria. There are 5 functional refineries with a total nameplate refining capacity of 677,000 barrels per stream day capacity. And the regulator is handholding about 18 other upcoming operators at different stages of establishment with a mid to short-term outlook of increasing this volume to about 1 million, in excess of 1 million barrels per stream day in the near term. So when we have this, what it says is that these volumes can support a West African refining hub and a spoke that extends across the whole of Africa. Again, there are challenges, but I think that all of them are surmountable. Take, for instance, the crude production that my colleague from the Upstream Commission has mentioned. But every operator knows that with the fresh impetus from Mr. President, coordinated by the NSA, Nigeria is peaking today at 1.7 million barrels in crude oil production, and indeed is poised to begin to demand for an increased OPEC quota if this is stabilized and sustained. There are other crude issues that need to be done so that we can become more competitive. The production cost per barrel, to move it from $40 per barrel downwards to compete with Norway at 21 or even Saudi Arabia at $9 per barrel. And I think that the executive orders of the president on the contracting time, reducing the contracting time, seeks to address some of those concerns. But let me just speak to conclude with my thoughts on a very critical aspect of this, and that is the infrastructure gap within the supply stretch. There are certainly gaps. When you examine other refining hubs, whether it's ARA, Houston, or Singapore, what you find constant is that there has to be ports, pipelines, and storage that are shared by every operator and every refiner within that. The essence of the sharing of this and the open access is to achieve economies of scale and to improve efficiency. And so, again, on the positive picture, when I look at the infrastructure that's been laid out in Lekki already, all I can see is consolidation and co-location. You have the PRP there with their seaports and their storage and refining capacity. You have Pinnacle with more than 40 kilometers of pipelines laid subsea with the highest storage capacity in the downstream in Lekki. Just picture if we can consolidate more there and have co-locations. Modular refineries can even co-locate nearer production assets and other excess capacity or redundant facilities that will support the refining hub. And so for me, all I see are opportunities, challenges that I dare say are surmountable. Speaking about Lekki, for instance, the biggest refinery in the world, the one in India, started off as a 668,000 barrels per day refiner, but has grown to 1.2 billion. Again, trying to optimize the infrastructure that you have in that place. And so that's what I would recommend that we begin to look at, how to consolidate and how to also co-locate to where these facilities are available as we develop more ports, more pipelines, and more storage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kroger? Your thoughts, Kroger? Yeah.
Me? Koran.
Okay.
No, okay.
Okay.
Please, let's stick to the time.
Yeah, I think it's about two things, like he has asked. It's about the opportunities and about the challenges. First, let me take it from the point of opportunity. What is the opportunity that is before us? I would like to drill it down to Nigeria because this is the environment I'm most conversant with. Today, I think the minister said here we are producing about 1.8 million barrels of crude. So for me, what I see from that is an opportunity. And what is the opportunity? As a refiner, it's an opportunity for us to be able to refine, if possible, up to half of that quantity in country so that we don't export the value that is coming from that. Then what is the second opportunity? In refining that quantity, it's also about the ability to distribute the quantity we refine from this quantity, not just into West Africa or Africa, but into the world. Like Alhaji earlier said, it's already exporting millions of liters of products into other parts of the world. So that shows us that there is a huge opportunity that is domiciled in West Africa. But the third aspect is why we are here today about pricing. So how do we price? The pricing does not have to start from the refined product alone. It has to start from pricing of crude. Our refinery, for example, is in a cluster that is close to the wellhead. The question I've always asked is that why should I be buying crude at Brent? Why should I be referencing Brent, that is European-based, to buy product in Kwale? For me, it doesn't make sense. And I think there is something Alhaji also mentioned. When crude is to be bought in Nigeria, crude that is produced in Nigeria, someone in London is offering that crude, and you have to pay premium. So is that right? Why are we not having a reference, a local reference, to actually buy crude, looking at the peculiarity of our environment, looking at the peculiarity of production, looking at the peculiarity of supply to the market, and use that to price the crude? Then something we have always fought for from the onset is actually pricing this crude in Naira. If you're selling product into Nigerian market and you are receiving Naira, so what sense does it make for you to pay for your raw material in crude? For me, the common sense that should be there would be to buy that product in the currency that you are actually selling it for, because that's the only way you can best edge the product. Then if you look at the challenges, I will not have to take too much time. For us as refiners today, the major challenge we face is the supply of crude. There is crude availability in Nigeria, but it's not accessible. There are laws that have backed the supply of the crude, but those laws are not being implemented. So ours is always to ask that the laws that have been passed, the laws of the land, should be implemented for the benefit of local investors. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Kragban.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just going to focus on two quick points and challenges and kind of share what ARDA is doing as well. The first one, which I should have mentioned at the beginning, is for all of this to make sense, we're talking liquidity. For all of this, for liquidity, you have to have volumes. For you to have volumes, you have to have harmonization of specifications. Okay, across Africa, you have 11 different grades of gas oil or diesel with sulfur content ranging from 10 ppm to 10,000 ppm. 12 different grades of gasoline, I think Alhaji mentioned that earlier, ranging from 10 ppm to 2,500 ppm. How can you have one market, right? So we're working with the African Union. We actually started this work a while back on harmonizing with the African Energy Commission on a single harmonized Pan-African spec. We're calling it AFRI6 10 ppm, because with that, guess what? You can now have this regional infrastructure you're talking about, okay? And we're working on that. Hopefully by this year, by their fourth quarter meetings, we'll be able to present it, because we got to the second to the last stage, and actually get that put in place. What that will do, it will help projects like CAPS. That's the Central African Pipeline System, being championed by His Excellency Gabriel Obiang, who's come to a number of African things here. It's 11 countries, same pipeline. So now guess what? When you have the same harmonized spec, whether you are going from Burundi to Angola, you can push products. You're not having to have pollution and all that. The second point is financing. How are you going to pay for all of this, right? How are you going to ensure that you can put the funding in place to get the capacity required to deliver the liquidity? So next week, ADA is hosting what we're calling our first Africa Refining Roundtable in Accra, hosted by, I saw my EXCO member, Mr. Godwin from MPA, the National Petroleum Authority of Ghana. We're bringing the CEO of Honeywell ESS to Accra, as well as his team, project execution, everybody. And we're bringing them to say, listen, this is how we see Africa and West Africa. This is the demand we see. And these are the people who need to get projects executed. But we're not here to hear grammar. We are saying that as a top supplier, if you want us to buy Honeywell technology, you have to take us to US Exim Bank and get us money at concessionary terms so we can execute. Because guess what? And when I say this, a lot of people get upset, but modular refineries, they are laudable, but how many produce PMS? If you're not producing PMS, you're not covering your crude full crack spread. You're not maximizing the value of the crude. So you really have to look at what does the market want? If you're going to get this hobble, all these nice charts that we saw from S&P, if we're going to get there, you have to have liquidity. You have to pay for it. You have to put in technology that's going to actually deliver that. So those two things: one, harmonization to ensure that you can actually have full regional harmonization and people can make investments that are Pan-African at follow that. Secondly, financing, getting in place getting in place financial solutions that actually make sense and actually deliver to the market products that we actually need. It makes no sense producing tons and tons and tons and tons of diesel, but you're now still importing PMS when you should actually be making investments that can actually give you the full value of crude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dorley.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I think I would not dwell on the challenges, but I would just like to talk about two things. First, on the opportunities I see and that we should be looking at. I think the first one is the urbanization across Africa has created a demand for petroleum products. So with the refinery up, I think it can be put on the backtrack of this rising demand. The other issue is on the crude supply advantage. Africa sits on about 8 to 10% of the proven crude oil reserves. So that advantage is there as well. It's a big opportunity for us. And I think one of the key things is that, and he spoke about modular refineries. I think the word modular needs to be redefined because it can be modular and still produce PMS if you can invest in PMS. So the word modular refinery doesn't necessarily mean it cannot produce PMS. So we need to look at private sector-led investments in modular refineries that can actually lead to PMS production. One of the other things about the refinery hub is about job creation and employment opportunities. Having that refinery hub is not new, but in Africa will create that growth and stimulate job employment. I think one of the other things I'm going to mention, which has not been mentioned, is about technology transfer. Having this refinery hub would enable us to develop the right expertise and transfer technology to our own people. But the key thing is that we need to develop the skills and the manpower to be able to deliver on the refinery hub. But on the other flip side, there are considerations that we need to look at for success of this African refinery hub. We need to leverage more on public-private partnership. We need to look at that. That's one of the things. And also, I think NMDPR is doing some fantastic work around the regulation and on the clear understanding of the regulatory framework. There is need for us for government to look at policy and governance reforms to enable that refinery up to stay. And the key thing, the last one, is about how do we balance sustainability, environmental compliance while we create that refinery up. And that's one of the things ECOWAS has been working on to make sure that most refineries are now tending towards AFRI6 compliance, where the sulfur content in both gasoline and PMS are being looked at. And with the support of ADA and Apple, I think we can move towards that direction. So that will be my contribution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Price or market at its fundamentals is the push and pull between the demands of the supply and the demands of the demand sector. And when a market is evolving, it is very similar to a child growing. There are no two children that are the same, be they even twins. So in simple terms, the market is going to evolve and is evolving as a different kind of animal from what everybody has seen. So the question, sir, will be, you have the stakeholders, which in this case will be the different people across the supply chain. You also have government influence. You have the regulatory influence. How do you see the interplay of all of this resulting in a price that will ensure that there's a liquidity in the sector? So for perspective, in the power sector, there is a price, but that price does not ensure liquidity within the power sector, which means that the power sector as it is today is not sustainable by itself. For a market to be valid, it must be sustainable. So there has to be a balance between what the public wants and what will ensure profit. And that usually is the biggest challenge across board, whether it be regulator, whether it be government, to ensure a proper market. Let me start with you, Mr. Kraber. How do you see those two things working out?
I'm not a regulator now. Why are you starting?
Your perspective also matters.
This man, no. No, I'm joking. All right, so I'll take a stab at it. The bottom line on pricing is, right, it has to be market-based to a certain degree, but it has to take into context the market that we're talking about, right? So, for example, let me use an example. It will never be cheaper to bring 30 KT of AGO from Rotterdam to Lagos than from Port Harcourt to Lagos or from Lekki to somewhere else in Africa, right? So the question is now, for this to happen, you need to ensure that you have consistent liquidity in the market where the market can start to plan based on the volumes that are coming. That, I think, for me is the first thing, okay? If I'm going to, if a price is going to be set, then based on that, you will now build a number of, tenders and a history that ascertains that this is roughly what is coming to the market. Now, based on that, you now have to look at the exigencies in terms of how are we going to get this? Are we going to, as our energy demand grows, are we going to truck thousands and thousands of liters of diesel, or are we going to start with that as a virtual pipeline to putting things in place? But you have to look at the cost of getting things to ensure that in this your entire market, shall we say, everybody in the value chain has sustainability. Because what you cannot do is set pricing, right, that long-term does not make sense. You have to look at where you are now, okay, what the investor has put into this thing to ensure that the investor is not killed, what the other people in the value chain need to survive, and then what the consumer is willing to bear, right? That's how you set your pricing. There are real costs that, look, a financing cost, for example, is a financing cost, okay? If I'm paying a bank $50 and you tell me that I believe your financing cost should be $30, who are you to tell me that? I have to build that into my cost. However, if there's a cheaper alternative for transportation that we can collectively put together, it makes a bit of sense. I hope I'm making sense. But for me, fundamentally, the first thing is you have to ensure that the pricing that you are putting in place supports all investors in this ecosystem, but also ensures the liquidity of this market. Because you cannot tell me that I will set a price today buying from this option, but it's not consistent.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Curley? NMPC, Aderele.
Oh, okay, I think there are a couple of levers that we can look at for uniformity of pricing, and I think regional coordination is key, where joint pricing templates are developed across the region. I think one of the other things is on tax and subsidy harmonization across the region. And also, we've talked about it, logistics integration. That is very, very important in terms of making sure cross-border alignment exists. And I think one of the key things we need to tackle as well is border smuggling across the countries. I think if you tackle that, then you can have that uniformity in pricing. And lastly, I think also invest in technology, where you have digital platforms for real-time pricing. So those are the key levers I think you can pull across for uniformity in pricing across African countries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Engineer Young.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I have to approach this from a regulatory point of view because whatever happens in the upstream sector definitely will affect the midstream and the downstream sector. Talking about prices and depending on the business model you want to use for the hub, the refining hub, I think the upstream sector had to do a lot to bring down cost of production because the cost of production has to be as low as possible or optimally to bring down the cost of production. And again, when you talk about bringing down cost of production, I started by talking about steady supply of crude oil to the facility, to the hub. So if you talk about driving down production, what are the key things you can do to drive down production, considering the cost of hiring a rig to do the job of production? So you need to reduce time taken in, like our own example here in Nigeria. We do a lot to bring down. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Sorry, I thought I have more time, but let me quickly round up. So summarily, we need to get cost of production down and ensure that there are regulatory policies that can also affect the pricing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're told our time is up, but we'll still take Mr. Koa, your thoughts.
Okay. The PIA, one of the high points of the law is that it removes the subsidy and puts forward the full deregulation of the downstream sector, and then insists that products must be fairly priced and they must be cost reflective. So sustainability requires that if you sell, for instance, below cost price, certainly it will not be sustainable in the long run. Everything has to be fairly market priced and has to be cost reflective. No investor goes into putting money without the certainty that it will recover its cost. So what is the cost? If you look at the PMS or any of the products you look at, you consume, first it starts with your crude supply. Where are you getting it from? What kind of crude is that? At what price? How do you freight it, transport it? What's your refining margin? What's the local freight to even deliver it to where you will use? And what's the retailing margin? And so from a regulatory perspective, I would say that we need a lot of transparency in this matter. Operators will have to have full disclosure what these costs are so that you can be sure that it is reflecting on the ultimate price. For the regulator, we don't intervene in pricing because there is the market forces that will determine this. But we are also working with FCCPC to be mindful and to watch when there is price gouging or the consumers are taken advantage of. So that's the intervention we are making currently.
Okay, Mr. Momo.
Yeah, in simple terms for me, I think it's about supply and demand among every other indices that contribute to pricing. Because no matter what you do, if you have surplus products in the market, what you're going to have is a downward trend in pricing. And another thing I think too is the economics of scale of any refining asset. If you have a conventional refinery that can produce a whole lot of product, what's going to happen is that you're going to have to prorate your cost of production, cost of product across all the products that are going to come from the refinery. Just like Alaji is saying, he mentioned something about propylene. So it's not about PMS alone or EQ. So by the time you optimize your economics of scale of your asset, you're definitely going to achieve a lower price. Thank you.
Thank you. I think because we are short of time, we have to close here. I just wanted to note, I saw earlier Basharon J.K. Rando saying hello to Alhaji Dangote. Basharon J.K. Rando was the president of KPMG for a long time, and that was my first working experience back in the year 2000. And with that, thank you very much, sirs, and it's been a great time here.
Just hold on before you rise. We're going to go on a lunch break following this. By my time is 14:25 hours. We will be back. We're back from that break at 15:05. Let's just say 15:10. But I'm sure you would have finished eating before that time. So my appeal is kindly, once you're done eating, make your way back into the room, and then we'll continue with the next session once we have a quorum. Lunch is served for S&P and for our dignitaries on the front and our EDs. We'll have lunch. Yes, they will. We have lunch served for you as you exit this door to your immediate left behind the media wall there for our dignitaries and our S&P delegation and our EDs, of course. Our speakers will join them there. The others, your lunch is served upstairs, the mezzanine. You'll be guided by the hostesses. Gentlemen, please rise for a family photo. Give them one more round of applause. Thank you so much. I'll see you at 15:10 to finish for day one. Remember, there is a dinner this evening hosted by S&P Global, still here at the Hilton. Please face the camera, gentlemen. Family photo. Panelists, please face the camera. Family photo. Family photo, panelists. Please take a family photo. Thank you. Please take a family photo. Thank you very much. Please, once you're done with your lunch, come back in. Lunch is upstairs. Upstairs for distinguished delegates. To your immediate left for our dignitaries, our speakers, our EDs, and the S&P Global team. 15:10, please. Please see you at 15:10. Kindly see you at 15:10. Thank you very much. You can start coming back once you're done with your food. And the light is better here, sir. Thank you very much. Please, you can proceed to lunch so we can come back on time. Please proceed to lunch so we can come back on time. Thank you. just back from lunch in good time. We want to continue with our day one of activities. Now, keep in mind, we'll have a dinner later this evening, a dinner that is hosted by Platts S&P Global. For now, we're going to move on with our plenary session. We've taken a panel session just before lunch, and now we're going to move over to a plenary session where we get two subject matter experts from S&P Global Insight to come talk to us. Around the latest trends in European and African gasoline and diesel markets, evolving supply-demand balances and pricing, an overview of Platts gasoline and diesel price benchmarks relevant to Africa. These are the topic areas they will be spotlighting in this plenary session. You know all the others will join us, so we need to start in earnest. There will be two of them. I'll bring up the first. He will take the lead, and after that, he will invite his colleague. His colleague will then take his own part of the presentation, and they would open it up for a few minutes of Q&A with you in the audience, and then I will come back to get us to the next plenary session. And to open this panel for us is a subject matter expert at Platts who assesses gasoline and refined product prices for Europe and West Africa, in addition to writing research and analysis on oil market supply, demand, and pricing fundamentals. Currently, he is a senior price reporter for Europe, Middle East, and Africa for gasoline and West Africa refined products at Platts. Please welcome our first presenter for this plenary, Matthew Tracy Cook.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for attending, and recognize some familiar faces. So it's really nice to be here. I'm very happy to be able to kind of give an overview of our gasoline assessments as they pertain to West Africa. And just a brief introduction. My name is Matthew Tracy Cook. I cover European gasoline markets for Platts, and I also have a bit of a broader remit within West Africa covering all oil products. So I'm responsible for the day-to-day price assessments for our legacy assessments in Europe for gasoline, and then also day-to-day responsibility for the West African oil products assessments. And just some contact details here, and if you're interested in reaching out and having a further discussion about day-to-day pricing fundamentals, sharing pricing information, I'd be more than happy to talk either at these emails or over WhatsApp. We can talk after the conference. So just a brief agenda. First, I'm going to be discussing kind of general picture of evolving supply and demand trends in West Africa for the gasoline market, how it pertains to West Africa, connecting this to kind of the global, specifically the European and Atlantic Basin picture, and how there have been some really major changes in the past year, specifically with the ramping up of the Dangote refinery. Then I'm going to be discussing our legacy gasoline assessments, how these are assessed, the specifications of them, and how they pertain to the African market all across Africa. And then finally discussing our new African assessments, notably the FOB West Africa assessment, basis Lekki and Lagos, and also our other assessment, the STS Lome assessment, and how these have been developed, how they're ongoing, and how we really collect market feedback on this on a daily basis. So really setting the context for the evolution over the past year, it's impossible to discuss the West African market without discussing Dangote. So you can see this is a chart from our ship tracking service, S&P Global Commodities at Sea, showing the flows exported from Dangote over the past year and a half or so. You can see, as is typical for a refinery, Dangote starts exporting straight-run products such as naphtha, fuel oil, jet fuel. Then, in around October 2024, gasoline production commences. This is just showing waterborne gasoline exports, but obviously, as everyone's aware, they have a massive production onto trucks, domestic truck volumes. But in terms of gasoline production loaded onto waterborne vessels, we can see that gasoline really ramps up, especially just in the winter of 2025, when Dangote Refinery has their FCC on stream in addition to the reformer and is producing over 200,000 barrels a day of gasoline. So just taking a bit more of a historical, zooming out a bit and looking at the historical context, West Africa is, of course, significantly dependent on imports, and this has become even more pronounced post-COVID in 2023. So you can see in 2000, the total demand, the total gasoline demand, for example, in Nigeria, was far outstripping domestic supply, but then this trend becomes a lot more pronounced in 2023. And then the chart on the right, this is showing really how prior to the story prior to the Dangote refinery, West African refinery production really was, utilization had to ramp up because refinery output was reduced significantly, just in terms of the total refineries available in West Africa. So the story before Dangote was really a story of reduced refinery output and significant reliance on imports, as you can see at the graph on the left. And then the story has completely changed ever since 2023, as I'm sure everyone is aware. So you can see that Nigerian product exports have ramped up, 4, 5, 6-fold, starting in 2024, initially with the likes with straight-run products, naphtha, gas oil. And then if you look on the right, gasoline imports into Nigeria have steadily declined. So this has been just a story of continued reduction in import reliance. These imports predominantly have come from the Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Antwerp hub, as my colleague Francesco talked about. This is really that robust blending and refining and trading hub in Northwest Europe, which was the primary source of fuel that was blended, typically to a fairly high sulfur level, and exported to West Africa in really huge volumes. But this has obviously changed significantly right in 2023, 2024. And then this is showing how it hasn't been a completely linear story. So while Nigerian imports have declined significantly, product flows to the STS Lome hub, kind of the offshore Lome hub, where larger vessels, MRs, LRs, even larger than that, they break bulk offshore Lome, and they discharge onto much smaller clips, filling regional shorts across West Africa, across the Gulf of Guinea. STS Lome operations picked up dramatically. So you can see that the volume of product arriving in Togo has increased almost in tandem with the decrease in flows into Nigeria, but not completely. So we have seen, owing to the Dangote refinery, a reduction overall in the imports, in import reliance from Europe. So this is really just contributing to the story of an increasingly self-reliant region. Okay, now moving on to pricing. First, I'm going to kind of discuss how, as we've talked about many times, the West African region has been highly dependent on European pricing in the past, and how Platts has fulfilled this role to a really significant extent. So this is just kind of demonstrating the origin of the imports into West Africa. And as you can see, gasoline is massively, it's predominantly exported from Europe. The majority of this, as I mentioned, is coming from the Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Antwerp hub, and it continues to do so. But there's an increasing proportion that's coming from the Mediterranean. The reason for this was in 2023, there were new sulfur regulations that were enacted in the Netherlands. And then in 2024, Belgium enacted its own sulfur regulations, which essentially capped sulfur, benzene, and manganese content in exports from the ARA region. And so what this actually did is it saw more exports trending, initially they came from Northwest Europe, but an increasing share started coming from the Mediterranean, specifically Western Mediterranean, Spain and North Africa. But The predominant exports still remain from Northwest Europe, so still remain from this robust kind of Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Antwerp blending hub, and we have seen lower sulfur exports. So as Nigeria, for example, has lowered its sulfur import content for its gasoline down to 50 ppm, this has actually happened in tandem with Belgium capping its sulfur content for its exports to 50 ppm. And so we've seen cleaner product coming from Europe into West Africa, which is a good trend. And then, so as we've mentioned before, these are kind of the two main established benchmarks which have been used as reference points for pricing across West Africa, not just West Africa, but across Africa as a whole. So these two prices, the 10 ppm premium barge, it's a finished grade barge, so it's blended to a 95 RON spec. It's for 1 KT clip, and it's essentially reflecting finished grade, European grade gasoline. So this is gasoline as it is traded and as it is used in Europe. And so this does beg the question, and as we talk further in this sort of leads into the fact that this is a different spec from the spec that's used in West Africa. However, when you're using a reference market, of course, you want to use you want to use the benchmark that is most reflective of the largest volume, as we've talked to here a lot about liquidity. You want to use the market that is reflective of the largest volume. And so 10 ppm barges for a long time have been a very robust and active and established benchmark used in West Africa. And then we also have FOB-Med cargoes. So FOB-Med cargoes are the same spec as 10 ppm premium barges, but they're for a larger clip size, so normalized to 30 KT clip size. These are cargoes basis FOB Italy, Sicily in particular, and they're used in import contracts across West Africa, from South Africa to really all across West Africa, even in North Africa. So both of these contracts represent a significant portion of the import volumes into West Africa in terms of pricing indices. So as Francesco talked about, and I'm just going to expand upon a bit here, at Platts, really our role is to collect the most robust and verifiable and transparent data as possible. But this isn't all, so we collect the whole spectrum of data in this pyramid. Starting at the bottom, my job as a price reporter is really, I talk to traders, talk to brokers, I try to understand where the market is trading. And a lot of the times, that comes from indicative values. I'll just hear in the market is trading at this value. It's trading at, FOB-Med plus 5, that kind of thing. That's an indicative value. Then we get to a higher level of information. We get to a higher level of kind of corroboration, which is I will hear market information and I'll be able to corroborate it in the market. People will be telling me, yes, that's the value, that's the transparent value in the market. And really, this is my job all day as I try to understand where the market is trading. Then, when we get to the direct confirmed data level, this is the level where we start to see transactable bids and offers with more detail that are shown to us, shown to the market, and can be traded on a named or unnamed basis. And so, as we talk about developing a reference market in West Africa, from a price reporting standpoint, this is sort of the movement that we typically see when reference markets are developed. You move from a point where you're just getting indicative values to a point where you're hearing significant, corroborated values in the market. You're seeing transparent data that's actually reported to us that people are transacting. And I'm happy to discuss in more detail how this works. We're going to have an MOC demo later about how the most sophisticated level works, which is a reviewed MOC level. And this is what Francesco was talking about with, a significant number of buyers and a significant number of sellers on screen that converge to form kind of an equilibrium price where you can transparently see where the transactable value is. So just zooming out for a minute and looking at current fundamentals. The European gasoline market has been on a bit of a downward trend recently. Gasoline is really, the flat price of gasoline, the outright price of gasoline is 70% the crude price. And so the flat price trending down is a function of crude softening. But we also see compressed crack spreads. And what traders are telling me is that in Europe in particular, more well supplied, we've been seeing crack spreads compressed down more towards the $10 to $15 range, whereas in previous years they were above $15, up to $20. And so this is a really significant factor that's contributing to somewhat more depressed margins and somewhat more depressed flat prices in the European gasoline market. So going back to our assessments which are used across Africa, as I was discussing our MOC markets, the markets which have the highest level, the most sophisticated level of transparency to them, FOBMED is kind of a perfect example of that. And the reason for that is that we see a significant amount of trading activity in the market on close process itself. So traders post bids or offers, and those bids or offers are fully transactable. So they are named, you can see the company name, you can see all of the details surrounding the loading dates, the pricing and everything. They're incrementally increased if they're bids or decreased if they're offers, and then they're transacted. And so you can see the volume of MOC activity has really increased in this past year, and you can see kind of a fairly even mix of bids and offers. And then just further discussing what these kind of really robust European cargo markets look like. This is the derivative open interest for FOBMED cargoes. You can see that these markets are underpinned by a really healthy level of open interest in the derivatives market. So when you have these robust market on close process physical cargoes, very frequently that is also accompanied by a very robust derivative market, where traders are trading either, as most of these trade for swaps contracts, where the swaps will settle on a certain number of days average or a month average of the physical prices assessed by Platts. And this is, as I'm sure many of you are aware, a very important mechanism for hedging your price risk and for trading. So just quickly showing where this is in our European Market Scan publication. Okay, and then moving forward towards what we are all here to talk about, which is the movement towards a West African reference market with its own indigenous pricing. And so what we've done over the last several months to a year is we've increased our offering of gasoline price assessments, which are actually reflective of the domestic quality, domestic loading dates, just in general the domestic specifications of how West African gasoline is actually traded on the water. So these are price assessments which we've launched for gasoline. We launched these in April of this year. You can see that we assess FOB West Africa gasoline and we assess STS Lomé gasoline. I'll get into the specs in a minute, but this is just to show that we have daily published price assessments for both of these outright numbers, and then also published price assessments as differentials to established benchmarks, which are used across West Africa. So as I was discussing, the 10 ppm benchmark, which is used across Africa, the FOBMED benchmark, which is used across Africa, we also assess daily the differential to those benchmarks. And so this would give a very clear kind of reference point to traders, to industry participants, about where the differential between the European benchmark that you're using in West Africa is and where the domestic value of the West African specification of gasoline actually is. Okay, so getting into the specifications of what we reflect, and just a caveat here, as a price reporting agency, what we really attempt to do is we attempt to reflect how the market actually trades. So again, my job is to talk with traders, to talk with market participants as much as possible and try to understand how the market is actually trading on the water. And after a pretty significant amount of market research, this is what we've come up with in terms of the best approximation of what the spec is actually, where the spec actually is trading on the water in West Africa. So for FOB West Africa, we have cargoes which are between 20 and 40 KT, loading on an FOB basis in Lekki or Lagos. The loading dates are 3 to 10 days forward, and the specifications for the material are fairly close approximation to Nigerian spec. I recognize that there may be some more details for Nigerian specification, but this is what traders have said quite often reflects something approximating a Nigerian specification. So we have 50 ppm, 91 RON material, the RVP is 9 psi. The density is slightly lower than the European density, which is 0.755. That's because as Nigeria has transitioned to importing on an escalated basis instead of an as-is basis. This means that traders have been valuing the lower density material higher, as when you convert from a weight basis to a volumetric basis, you get more bang for your buck for the same weight. So traders value this lower density material higher, and for that reason we've been seeing more of it trading on the water, and that's why we reflect a lower density. But again, this is always a dialogue, and I'd be more than happy to discuss the specifications, how you see the market at any point. And then we also have STS Lome assessments. So these are for smaller clips loading on a DAP basis from Lome, and these are, again, smaller clips, which are essentially the clips that are loaded from the larger cargoes which are arriving in offshore Lome, filling local shorts. So as we've talked about many times, I think Honorable Krog very eloquently put it, there's a huge number of different specifications in the Gulf of Guinea, and for this reason, there's this offshore Lome market where small clips fill different specification needs. But in theory, with a reference market, you would have a harmonized spec, right? Like a single spec that reflects robust and fungible material in West Africa. And so this is what we're trying to reflect with these two assessments, is a specification that traders say is fungible, and typically this approximates Nigerian spec. So just going back to this slide for a minute and showing how we collect our data for these assessments. And because there isn't an MOC level of data yet for these new assessments, what I rely on very heavily is these bottom two levels. So this is really just talking to traders on a constant basis, trying to understand where the market's trading, and collecting pricing information and talking to market sources. The next level beyond this, which we're very interested in moving towards as this market develops, is the direct confirmed data approach. So how this looks, and again, I'm very happy to talk about this with people later, anybody who's interested, is you can actually post transparent bids or offers with a few more details, specifying loading dates, specifying the specification, all of these different things, maybe a vessel name. It can be named or unnamed. You could bid or offer using the company name or without the company name, and it would be incrementally improved as a bid or incrementally reduced as an offer, and then I send it out to the market and someone trades it. In theory, someone trades it. Maybe someone doesn't trade it, but this is essentially moving closer to what the reviewed MOC process looks like, and as we'll talk about later in this conference, we'll kind of give a presentation of how the highest level of material that we collect looks like, but this is moving closer to that level. So this is kind of showing the data that we've collected before, so up until about the end of June, this is really just data that we post on PGA5, which is our feed of pricing information that gets sent out to all market participants, all subscribers. And this is just demonstrating that our assessments are underpinned by robust data, many herds that I collect on the market and disseminate to traders and use to create our price assessments. So just briefly showing the data that we have so far for these new price assessments. This is, on the left, FOB West Africa, basis Lucky or Lagos for 20 to 40 KT clips, approximating Nigeria spec. And then the black line is the STS Lome smaller clip price. Some trends that I've noticed in this market, STS Lome clips tend to be at a slight premium to the FOB WAF assessment. That makes sense given economies of scale and certain freight considerations. But you can also see a bit of a convergence in the past month, which is a pretty interesting trend given that these are two different markets, but it's quite promising given that what we would like to see is a sort of convergence. And when you look at these reference markets in ARA, for example, these markets are structured in such a way that you could bid basis Rotterdam or basis Antwerp, and we would consider those at parity. So seeing these markets kind of come closer to parity is a promising sign to us. Again, just showing where we have our price assessments available in our methodology guide. It's quite a large number, so I'd be happy to discuss these further and parse them out with you. But the differentials, the outright numbers, and then also some legacy assessments, which I'll show in a second. And then we also have, at the moment, weekly commentaries. So we've released a huge amount of new West African content in recent months. One of those would be the weekly commentary. So I publish this commentary on a weekly basis every Friday. As the months progress, we're very much looking to progress this into a daily commentary, along with daily rationales for the pricing. And just as this market becomes more robust, this is something that we're very much looking to accomplish. This is the QR code again if you're interested in joining the WhatsApp channel. I'll leave this up for a second. Okay, and then finally, a quick discussion on some legacy assessments that we have for gasoline in West Africa. So though Europe has been the reference market of note for decades in West Africa, we've assessed values in West Africa for some years now. So for almost a decade, we've been assessing material loading on a FOB ARA basis, but for West African specification material. And then we have a CIF net forward of that assessment. So these are showing these two assessments, which may be of interest to you, really demonstrating the value to traders in Europe of West African specification material, which still gets sent to West Africa in really significant volumes, despite the fact that Dangote is up and running. And then finally, this is just to show how I've been assessing these markets over the past several months as differentials to European markets. So typically these markets do still continue to trade as differentials. They don't yet trade, they don't trade as differentials to, for example, the FOB-WAF assessments. They trade as differentials to European assessments. And we can see kind of fairly range-bound level throughout April and May, and then a real reduction in differentials as some of the turmoil around the strikes between Israel and Iran resulted in some extreme volatility in the European gasoline market, which saw differentials collapse as a result for a number of reasons, but primarily because when people import into Nigeria, quite often flat prices stay the same, and so discounts became really pronounced to keep that arbitrage working. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague now, Gary Clark, to discuss diesel.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Matthew, for that thorough explanation of the gasoline markets. I'm Gary Clark, and I manage the clean refined products, price assessments, and short-term news and analysis for Platts. And I'm going to talk a little bit more now about the diesel market, in particular for West Africa. And then talk a little bit more about our European benchmarks, and also, again, the main theme of the conference, which is developing a reference pricing assessments for diesel in West Africa, diesel in particular. So just setting the context on pricing, and I know Matthew and Francesco and Vera have touched on this very much. But we've seen refined product prices, in this example here, looking at our European diesel benchmarks, trend lower over the last few years. And that's really after that extreme volatility that we saw with the onset of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And that conflict brought about a lot of change in the market, fundamentally to the supply dynamics. So Russia used to provide a lot of diesel into Europe. We also obtained diesel from the US, the Middle East, and prior to the Dangote refinery, a lot of those cargoes would be diverted into West Africa as well. But with the imposition of sanctions by the EU on Russian diesel and G7 countries as well, we see now a lot of Russian diesel actually flows into North Africa, it flows into West Africa. West Africa also has a large dependence on Indian barrels, for diesel as well, in addition to that supply that's coming online from the Dangote refinery. And indeed, we see the Dangote refinery exporting diesel to many far-flung markets beyond just countries within West Africa and Nigeria specifically. And the interesting thing since Russia-Ukraine is the market has become incredibly resilient to supply shocks. So we saw, obviously, the conflicts in the Middle East, particularly between Israel and Iran, the threat of a closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And it affected paper markets because Europe really is very dependent on the barrels from the Middle East, as is West Africa. So any disruption to supply in that region of the world would affect both Europe and West Africa in particular. But that didn't really manifest in any supply disruption thus far. But there's still potential volatility more volatility on the horizon, even though prices have been trending lower. So we've just heard about the EU's 18th sanctions package, which is potentially going to redefine what constitutes Russian origin diesel. So changing the definition from a refinery outside of Russia can refine Russian crude, but then that diesel that comes out from that refinery is then non-Russian. They now want to bring about the change that Russian crude refined outside of Russia and then producing diesel, say in a country like India or Turkey or elsewhere, that's constituted as Russian diesel and potentially won't be allowed into the EU anymore. So what does that mean for West Africa? Well, it potentially strengthens the relationship for those West African countries which import Russian diesel. It strengthens the relationship potentially between countries like West Africa and India, countries in West Africa and India, West Africa and Turkey, while for Europe it really strengthens the relationship that Europe has with the United States and also the Middle East. But prices haven't just trended lower because of changing supply dynamics. Obviously, the Dangote refinery is providing somewhat of a supply buffer for Europe, but also economic growth in Europe and elsewhere has been pretty anemic due to high inflation and kind of negative macroeconomic conditions. Also, Matthew touched a little bit on this about how the gasoline crack has somewhat narrowed, so looking at the difference between a price of a refined product and the price of crude. But we see middle distillates are quite high. I said there hasn't been a supply disruption to diesel markets per se, but there is a risk premium that's built into the price, which is associated with potential supply disruptions. And that's very much kept the middle distillates complex above the gasoline complex. Although we see a narrowing in those cracks, which is somewhat expected as we move into summer. We have the summer driving season in the US. Europe exports a lot of gasoline to the US. And we also, gasoline summertime specification, at least in Europe, tends to be more expensive because of the lower Reid vapor pressure constraints and parameter that's required there. An interesting phenomenon is the one of high sulfur in the Mediterranean. So typically low sulfur, 50 ppm sulfur or 10 ppm sulfur commands a premium to higher sulfur product. And we know that countries in West Africa tend to take higher sulfur product or have in the past. But we know obviously the Dangote refinery is producing a lower sulfur product in terms of both diesel or gas oil and both gasoline. But high sulfur product in the Mediterranean has been at somewhat of has narrowed in terms of the price differential with low sulfur product because of very strong demand for power generation in North African countries. And at the same time, we see the European emissions control areas come into effect at the beginning of May, and that's created a pull on higher sulfur gas oils as well within that Mediterranean basin. But now focusing a little bit on what are the outlook is for supply and demand for Africa and West Africa in particular. Well, the demand outlook is extremely strong. So For Africa as a whole, we see demand growth for oil products at 2.7% this year, 2.2% next year. And that's mainly driven by gasoline and diesel demand, and in West Africa, that's driven by Nigeria. And the long-term outlook is incredibly strong. So when you look at the supply-demand balances going forward, yes, the Dangote refinery will meet Nigerian consumption in the short term. Yes, it will meet the majority of West African consumption for oil products in the short term. But the demand outlook for Nigeria in particular and West Africa is incredibly strong going through to 2050. So what does that mean? It means that Africa needs more refineries. West Africa needs more refineries. Otherwise, an import dependency for the region will remain. And we can see here with the streaming of the Dangote refinery, West Africa is now comfortably Africa's second largest refining hub. And once again, we're looking at the balance of products, which oil product balances, particularly for Nigeria and for West Africa. So in the long term, Nigeria has still going to have a deficit for gasoline, even though at the moment it's probably running a surplus in terms of diesel and jet fuel. So the region, West Africa as a whole, is very much has enough jet fuel from the Dangote refinery to meet local demand. And where is the gasoil and diesel going from the Dangote refinery? So it's very much meeting Nigerian demand, but it's also meeting the rest of West Africa, and it's exporting to far-flung places, the UK, for instance, where I'm from, Malaysia, Belgium, South Korea, other countries as well. And how does the refinery fit into the overall mix in terms of refinery openings and closures around the world? So it's very clear that along with the Olmeca refinery in Mexico, it's putting pressure on refineries in the Atlantic basin. So Matthew mentioned how the gasoline crack spread, for instance, has come down. So that results potentially in weaker margins for those less developed refineries around the world in both Europe and the Atlantic coast of the US, so it could drive closures in the Atlantic basin. We might also see, well, we're also seeing rising refinery capacity in east of Suez markets, and that strengthens that relationship between the Middle East and east of Suez product suppliers with Europe and other countries within the Atlantic basin which rely on imports from that region of the world. And just mentioning Russian diesel has been mentioned before, and obviously there's potentially, we've got the EU 18th sanctions package on the horizon. We've also heard about the US administration potentially imposing secondary sanctions on the likes of countries which refine Russian crude. Makes the outlook very complicated for how the market might adapt to those potential changes and how prices might adapt. But for the moment, Turkey, North Africa in particular, also some West African countries take Russian diesel along with Brazil. And in terms of the pricing, we do assess prices for Russian diesel going into Brazil. And we're hearing, for instance, in the offshore Lomé market, Russian diesel might be at a $10 or $15, $20 discount per metric ton compared to diesel from other origins. And then in tender processes for particular countries, that discount might be even larger. So the main Platts assessments, we hold the benchmarks, really the reference markets for diesel at this moment in time are European benchmarks, the Northwest European cargo benchmark, the Mediterranean cargo benchmark, and also a FOB-ARA barge benchmark. And that's predominantly used for pricing both in Europe. It's also used in West Africa as well. And all of the price collection processes that Matthew showed really do underpin those price assessments as well. And they reflect, people can bid and offer a wide selection of ports, including North African ports, in our Mediterranean assessment. Northwest Europe is very well represented as well. And we see that the open interest for the derivatives which are associated with those particular price benchmarks are incredibly, there's a lot of open interest, very liquid, transparent, strong price benchmarks. But what we really want to talk about is developing a reference market for West Africa with Nigeria at its heart. And at the start of this journey, we've already started publishing our low sulfur diesel FOB West Africa price assessment as of April. It's very similar to that Matthew mentioned for gasoline. It's basis Lagos. It reflects the most fungible specifications in West Africa, which is a maximum sulfur limit of 50 ppm sulfur. We're seeing sulfur limits come down in West Africa in line with changing legislation, which is a very positive development for the region. So I will leave it there. We're absolutely open to continued dialogue. We develop our methodology in line with how the market is changing. And I'll step aside, welcome Matthew to the stage, and I'll answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
If you have any question for them, we'll just take a few questions for, okay? Can I just get them all in at once? 2 hands that went up. Can you go back up again? Let me see. That's 1. You did also go up. That's 2. Can I get, I need another microphone. I need a roving microphone. Okay, let's begin with you, your name and affiliation.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Naomi Goyo. I work with NNPC Trading. So I have a few questions to ask. For Matthew, one of your slides contains a graph that shows a decline in Nigerian imports, and it has a portion that says clean products outside of gasoline, diesel. So I want to know what those clean products are. Then my second question is with regards to seasonality. So the normal 10 ppm ARA gasoline assessment is subject to seasonality. That's the winter and summer pricing. So I wanted to know if the West African assessments are also going to be subject to some type of seasonality in their pricing, because where we're coming from, we had the summer pricing slightly higher than the winter pricing because there's a switch from gasoline to heating oil. So I want to know if the West African assessment is going to be affected by any type of seasonality. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Just hold on to the thought. If you don't mind, let me take a second one so you answer them together. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lanre Aini. I work with Vitor. My question just is more high level and just takes a step back, moving away from the technical implementation of the pricing that you've been highlighting, and more in terms of the ability to actually implement what you've spoken about. So earlier on, when the slide was shown, it showed that the 3 major pricing hubs are the US Gulf Coast, ARA, and Singapore. What I noticed is that a common denominator of all 3 is that they were historically global commodity shipping and trading hubs way before they became pricing hubs. So in a way, I sort of have 3 questions or interlinked questions on that when it comes to implementation in West Africa. So how much of an
gasoline market does shift twice? So in the Mediterranean, it shifts from 80 to 60 kPa in the spring, and then when we go into the fall, it shifts back to 80 kPa. So in West Africa, it doesn't have that transition, and so part of the advantage of having pricing that reflects the specifications in West Africa would be that it doesn't have that major difference. So that can be a really significant difference to the tune of up to there can be $35 spreads between April and May in the European gasoline market. So it wouldn't have that differential.
And just taking the last question there on, interesting question, right, is where is West Africa on that journey to become its own reference market? And I think as the discussions at this conference show, I think there's four main elements, right? And one is that logistic infrastructure, storage capabilities, refinery capabilities. It's come up a few times in the discussions about regulation and convergence, or in terms of specifications, right, which increases fungibility of the oil products in the market. And with that fungibility, you get more activity around it, and potentially you get some price convergence as well. And then finally, I think a fourth kind of pillar really comes down to the adoption of price assessments. I think as our role as S&P Global Commodity Insights Platts is we reflect the market, so there has to be a will from practitioners in the marketplace to say, yes, we want to work together on all of those four pillars to build a reference market. And it requires work on all of those particular aspects, right, to achieve that. So we certainly have the price assessments. We want to build confidence in those price assessments. And in time, we hope that that confidence will build. We'll get more detailed information that drives fungibility, liquidity in the market, which underpins those price assessments, which builds confidence even further. So it's a fantastic question, and I think it's a fantastic journey for West Africa, and it's one that we want to do our best to absolutely facilitate.
All right, thank you. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen.
Before you go, let me have a quick
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We're still continuing, and this time we're looking at our second plenary session. Is data standardization and transparency the foundation for a reference market? Market on close demonstration is what we'll be looking at now. And our speaker, you've listened to him earlier. He's the Global Director, Clean Refined Products Pricing at Platts, which, as you know, is a part of the S&P Global Commodity Insight. Let's welcome back on stage Francesco Di Salvo. He will be joined once again by Gary this time when he's done. A round of applause, yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, and lovely to see you all again. And we're going to delve a little bit deeper into the methodology that I mentioned before. What do we use as data, and how do we derive price assessments on a day-to-day basis? And sort of delve a little bit more closely into the market on close assessment process, the MOC, as it is often abbreviated. Now, a bit of a recap, of course, our benchmark assessments, they don't just cover the oil and the refined products segment, but they do really extend throughout the entirety of the commodity value chain. And I mentioned before that the industry entrusts us to be custodians of those benchmark price assessments, such as dated Brent, for example. But it doesn't really end with oil, as I was saying before. It also extends to markets like natural gas or LNG, with flagship benchmark price assessments like JKM, which is very, very relevant for delivery of LNG into Asia. And when we talk about our assessments, what are these assessments there for? What is each number that you're consuming on a day-to-day basis that you're looking at through your Platts Connect, through your Platts Global Alert, or through your European market scan subscription, and you're seeing those $700 per metric ton values being published. What are they actually for? And they serve a variety of needs, really. Price assessments are needed because buyers and sellers and traders, anybody in between, will be using them as references for their spot market transactions, but also for their longer-term transactions. Refiners looking to secure a sale of their given refined products, or indeed looking to secure their consumption of crude oil, they will oftentimes enter a long-term agreement with a supplier, and it is using the average of Platts price assessments over that delivery period. So for those longer-term deliveries. But also then risk managers will be using these assessments. And why? Because these assessments are elevated to the status of benchmarks, which means that the industry develops a forward market made of financial derivatives that price out or settle against these physical price assessments that we publish on a day-to-day basis. And so they're absolutely crucial to the ability of the industry to manage its risk and price exposure, and also its ability to hedge, right? And develop a liquid financial derivatives market that is related and has a link to that physical market by virtue of a Platts price assessment that is published independently and impartially every single day. And also, analysts will be using those price assessments to derive trends, to look at correlations between the value of crude oil and the one of gasoline, to look at arbitrage movements, right? Price differences between locations. Do they allow for profit to be taken by moving a cargo of diesel, let's say, from the Middle East for delivery into Europe? If I look at these two price assessments and the difference between them, can I capture this value from there? But also governments will be using them, right? And there's a long history of Platts price assessments being utilized for the calculation of taxes, for the calculations of royalties, or indeed for the calculation of subsidies that might be implemented in any given market. And also, as I said before, the development of a forward market means that there is significant trust from the market to the point of wanting to establish financial derivatives that are settling against these contracts. And commodity exchanges and clearing houses, they list these very contracts for open trading by anyone in the financial community, which in turn drives liquidity and allows that price transparency to really occur. And we've seen this slide before, but I think it is quite important to look at the key DNA of what a benchmark price is, because we tend to look or to utilize the two words benchmark and price very much like, in tandem all the time. But in reality, a benchmark is only a price assessment that has, once again, been given enough trust by the critical mass of the market to the point of it being elevated to the status of benchmark. And what are the key attributes that we see? Well, we certainly need to have a very clearly defined assessment methodology. And I think this is quite important. You've heard Matthew, you've heard Gary talk to you very much in detail around all of the dimensions, all of the specifications, all of the delivery periods of the several assessments that we publish. And why did they do that? Because all those dimensions contribute to that formation of price, right? A cargo of exactly the same specification of gasoline, when this is of 1,000 metric tons for delivery on an FOB basis versus a cargo which is of 30,000 tons, well, the economies of scale are such that the value difference will certainly be reflected in that assessment. And so it is incredibly important that any time that you're utilizing one of our Platts price assessments, you're fully aware of the methodology of what the specification, what the size, what is the volume, what is the delivery period that assessment is reflecting. And we have all of these assessments methodologies published on our websites. They are publicly available for anybody to refer to at any given day. And also there needs to be market acceptance, right? We talked before around how a price assessment should be reflecting a liquid market and one that is also made of fungible specifications, i.e. that they can be traded and exchanged very clearly in a way that is accepted by the multitude of the market participants. And that is one of the key attributes that really allows a price assessment to be elevated to the status of benchmark. And then the other one that I always feel that we should be really stressing is really the methodology being predicated on a high degree of transparency. And transparency is exactly what drives that price discovery process, right? Having the ability to know exactly in real time where any reasonable buyer and any reasonable seller are able to buy and sell respectively allows for that price discovery to be efficient, on any of our assessment days. Also, I was talking before around fungibility, right? And the ability to exchange these cargoes, let's say, of PMS, right? And if they are traded according to a size and a standard that is commonly shared and accepted by the market, it really allows for this contract to be fully chained, as people will say, meaning that I'm able to sell as a company A to company B, and this company B knows that they've got a contract which is typically traded in that community, in that environment, in that marketplace, that they can then sell this onwards to company C, to company D, and potentially then come back to company A at a later stage. And that allows for that process of chain formation to really occur. And of course, transparency is nothing without openness to industry scrutiny. And why is that important? Because all of our benchmarks and our methodologies, they are not set in stone. They are there to reflect fluidly the realities of the market and therefore also to reflect the evolution of the market. And you saw earlier today one of the slides by Vera talking about the evolution of benchmarks like Dated Brent and its constant adaptation to the new trading norms, to the new evolutions of that market and injecting liquidity into that benchmark. So certainly a responsibility that we take very, very seriously. I mentioned before one of the ways in which you can consume these price assessments, and some of you will be familiar with publications like European Market Scan, which is really one of the traditional homes for our refined products assessments. And we have dedicated West Africa columns, so where you can see the entirety of the suite of assessments that we publish across jet fuel, gasoline, and indeed gas oil and diesel. So just recapping what we were saying before, which is the entirety of the size of the market is, I apologize, is of course not just the spot market. And what do we mean by spot market? We mean that the amount of transactions that are happening for prompt delivery, for prompt loading, that are being conducted on a day-to-day basis. But we know that our price assessments have a relevance and a link to two bigger pies, if you will, which are the set of term contracts that are utilized and that have a reference to that Platts price assessment, but also that very ample liquidity that is made of the derivatives, financial derivatives and futures contracts that we were mentioning before. So all of these markets, they do have relevance for the Platts price assessments, and the Platts price assessments will feature into those markets and be part of that ecosystem. And so as the market develops in utilizing Platts price assessments, it establishes a term contract market around it, and then later when the confidence further develops, it even allows the development of a financial derivatives market, a forward market made of swaps and futures contracts. So perhaps, running the risk of being a little bit repetitive, but we talked about the importance of transparency, and again, going back to this pyramid, that you've seen perhaps a few times already today, but really giving you a sense of the order of priority that we take in terms of information. What type of information do we look for as price reporters? Well, the more transparent the information, the better it is. The more it can inform a price assessment, the more it contributes robustness to that price assessment. And at the very, very top of the pyramid sits what we call the MOC information, information that is being derived in the market on close assessment process. And our job probably used to look quite a lot different before the implementation of the market on close assessment methodologies. I think our predecessors in their jobs 20 plus years ago, they would have been, as Platts reporters, they would have been on the phone to producers, to consumers, to traders, buyers and sellers, and getting a feel every single time for what the last market value was. What has this market source traded at? What have they sold their gasoline? What value have they sold their gasoline cargo for? At what value have they bought that gasoline cargo? But naturally, this method has some limitation, right? Because it does mean that there is an element of subjectivity, and it doesn't really capture that market as it is developing before everybody's eyes in an open market style, in an open marketplace style. So what the MOC does is that it invites everybody who is a market participant, and you heard me talk about this before earlier today, that we do review market participants for their participation in the MOC, to provide us with live bids and offers and indicate to us what price are they willing to buy at and what price are they willing to sell at any given day, at any given moment. And one of the key words that we associate with the market on close assessment methodology is the word of incrementability, which I'm not really sure if it does or doesn't feature in the Oxford Dictionary of the English language, but it certainly has a meaning for us. And what it does mean is that we expect any bid or any offer, anybody that's willing to buy a cargo of gasoline or to sell a cargo of gasoline, to display that in real time for anybody in the market to see, but also for them to test all of the market levels by improving their bid and improving their offer in predefined quantums of money effectively. So by improving this bid, by improving this offer in predefined intervals. And why is that important? Because it allows us to actually test where the market value might be at any given time, right? So if I see that there is a company that's willing to buy a cargo of gasoline of 30,000 tons on a FOB Lekki basis at $700, they're indicating to everybody that that is the market floor, right? It's the floor of the market at that point in time because they're willing to buy at $700 a ton. And crucially, nobody has in real time found a gasoline cargo to sell them at that price. Well, it simply means before our eyes, it means that at that point in time, that value of $700 a ton is probably too low for it to have tested that equilibrium level. Now, what we would expect then is for that bid to improve, i.e. for it to increase in price and actually test all the other market levels. Now, if this bid for a cargo of gasoline were to suddenly jump to $7,000 a ton, well, it's very, very likely that they will suddenly find a seller that is readily available to give them a cargo of gasoline for that amount of money. But it doesn't really indicate that the market value has really risen to $7,000 a ton because they haven't tested all of the market levels that were there between 700 and 7,000. So one of the criteria, one of the guidelines is that you can only improve your bid or offer by a predefined amount because we want to make sure that we are testing all of the market levels throughout time. We also expect orderly participation. And I go back to something that I said earlier today, which is price is a function of time. And we capture these markets, these price assessments at the very close of the market, so at 16:30 London time. But what we also expect is that the information should be submitted well in advance of the 16:30 cutoff, So for us to be able to explore and see all of the market activity developing before our eyes. And we will give you a demonstration just after this presentation. Gary will be taking you through it. What we also expect is verifiability and executability. And I apologize if this sounds a little bit bureaucratic, but it is quite important to the robustness of the methodology. Every time that a bid or an offer is reported for publication, this bid or offer is fully verifiable and it is fully transparent by virtue of having all of its attributes publicly available for anybody to look at and to digest. You will see company names associated with the value of their bids, and you will see company names associated with the value of their offers. But crucially also, these bids and offers are expected to be executable, meaning that we will only be publishing interest to buy and interest to trade for actual cargoes of gasoline, diesel, or jet fuel that we know, that we have confidence, that we have tested, that these cargoes are actually available. Because you can imagine, what is the informational value for a bid of a specification that doesn't exist, let's say. Well, you could be bidding all the way through to infinity and still not find a potential seller to hit that bid, as the parlance would go, just purely because that bid is not executable fundamentally. So all of this data needs to be verifiable. It needs to be open to a critical mass of participants. So we would expect that anybody that is reporting these bids or offers does have the ability to trade with a critical mass of market participants. Now let's reason by absurd, and let's say that let's imagine that I were to leave my job at Platts today and set up a trading company tomorrow. Most of you will probably not be able to trade with me purely because you haven't conducted your due diligence, right? You haven't established any credit terms with the company that I've just set up. So what would be the informational value of a bid that is reported by Francesco Oil and Gas Limited, who could be bidding all the way through, once again, to infinity and still not find a potential seller? Surely that bid would not have the same informational value as another one that could be coming by an established market participant that has demonstrated their ability to trade and does enjoy credit-worthy status and credit relations with a critical mass of market participants. The other thing that we expect from any bids or offers, or indeed any trade that is reported in the MOC, is that it should be repeatable, right? So as much as it is a very good sign to see trades happen in our process, we always need to think critically around every bit of information that we see in our process. Could a transaction that has just happened at this price be actually repeated? Is it possible that this transaction happened because of a distressed seller? Let's imagine that somebody is very, very desperately looking for a cargo of gasoline during a given day, and they're willing to pay a premium of $10, $20, $30 above the prevailing market value. The fact that there might have been a distressed buyer during that day does not indicate that this is a fairly repeatable market level that could be repeated and done over and over and over at the same level, having found the exact same supply available at this price point, at this equilibrium price point. And that's where we as Platts reporters need to think really carefully and critically around every information that is given to us, including trades, right? A trade in itself does not necessarily indicate that the market may have moved very, very high. A classical example that we give is the one around houses. So if I were to be putting up my house in London on offer to you for £50 million, and if there's anybody interested, please do let me know. But if one of you were to be actually lifting this offer at £50 million, well, as much as I would be very, very grateful for the transaction, for sure, it doesn't really indicate that all of a sudden a typical townhouse in London on my street would have gone all the way up to a £15 million value. So purely reporting a transaction which might have been done off market doesn't necessarily indicate that the market level has been tested. And that's why we have a pool of reporters who are thinking critically around every bit of information that is being reported to them. And then I'll just go back to the other word, which is really essential and part of our mantra and ethos at Platts, which is the one around transparency. We expect full accountability. You heard me talk about this before earlier today, that we expect performance to occur on any trade that is reported to us. Every bid or offer, every intention to trade or every intention to buy or sell, or indeed any interest to trade on those bids and offers that are reported to us, really has to be followed by performance. Performance is paramount, and that is something that we will be tracking very, very closely. And of course, we are only publishers of information. We are not regulators, so we don't have the ability to impose any fines on any non-performing party. But what we do is that we do review all of these participants for their status in the Platts market on close. And this is, we find it's a fairly effective weapon, because the mere possibility that you might be taken away from the price discovery process, from the benchmark price formation process, is sufficient weapon enough that it actually does elicit good conduct amongst all the participants. So we talked about price being a function of time, and time is indeed of the essence. And we captured the market at one specific point in time, which is the close of the market, which is 16:30 London time every single day. So capturing that very, very punctual value, if you pardon the pun, because it's capturing the prices at one specific point, therefore nullifying, if you will, any of the intraday volatility. But we do look and observe at all of the activity throughout the day, and that really starts in the markets open, so typically around 9 a.m. And our reporters will be looking at the futures markets, looking at anything that is moving prices. They will be publishing any news that might be relevant. Let's say that an outage of a refinery, or indeed an outage of an oil field, they are likely to impart a price action, right, to the market. They will be sending a signal that will be important for the market to reflect, and they will be looking at that and reporting on this information on a day-to-day basis. And then crucially, they will be gathering through the cutoffs the bids and the offers that then will enter their pricing stage. And then from that pricing stage onwards, they will be subject to those incrementability guidelines that we were talking about before, and slowly converging towards that equilibrium value by virtue of the bids raising in value according to those increment guidelines that we were talking about before, and equally the offers doing the same, and the entirety of the marketplace being able to react to these market values. Now, this is a bit of a snapshot as to what this looks like, but we will look at it a little bit more closely in a moment. And just to give a little bit of a wider context as to what can be expected in the benchmark journey, right? And we know that the MOC is a tried and tested mechanism, but it's one that really took years of evolution and years of maturity for the market to really attain. So we know that there is that there are different stages to this, and we don't necessarily expect that a reference market in its nascence or in its infancy could go all the way through directly through to its market on close, sort of like principles and guidelines being adopted as a blanket rule. But certainly there are hybrid stages. So for example, we know that in markets which don't have the same level of liquidity or don't have the same level of transparency, we are more likely to assess them through a survey-based approach, which is more typical of other non-oil markets, for example. But then there's also the interesting stage over here, which is the one around developing, right? And it's one where maybe the trading norms and the trading standards might not be as established, right? You might have different specifications. The trading hub hasn't become a hub in its own right just yet because it's still lacking some of the infrastructure, it's still lacking some of the investment, it's still lacking the harmonization around specifications. But there is still a potential for that independent and impartial price assessments to play a role, and for it to be deriving its value from information that is taken from the market. And that's where, one of the things that we talked about before, the direct confirmed data, is a platform for us to be able to publish this information as it comes through, even there where this may lack the level of standardization that is more typical of the more mature markets. But on that basis, I think it is time for us to go and maybe give you a little bit of a demo of what the market on close assessment process looks like. And much of the information that we publish through the market on close assessment process is facilitated by technology, namely the window technology, which is licensed from the Intercontinental Exchange. And we will show you a little bit of a snapshot of I believe it is refined products, European refined products cargoes, MOC in its dynamic sort of environment. And Gary, I think you will do the honors, so I will leave the stage to you, but I will, in the meantime, thank you very much for your attention, and we'll be pleased to take any questions later. Thank you. Okay, I don't think we've got the video available, unfortunately. If you just bear with me for a couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
It is my honor to welcome you to a landmark moment in our industry, the West African Refined Fuel Market Conference, jointly organized by NNDPR and...
Okay, sorry about that. This is the market on close view with the e-window technology that Francesco was explaining earlier. So we see here bids on the left, offers on the right, and this is for refined products for diesel and also higher sulfur gas oils. And you can see the product basis there, Platts Northwest European diesel cargoes, the different types of way in which they price, the quantity that's reflected, 27,000 metric tons, the dates that people are bidding for, so what we call the LACAN, so for a CIF market, that would be the delivery dates, for instance. And Francesco talked about transparency. We can see the counterparties which are wanting to buy and wanting to sell there. We see the likes of Trafigura or Glencore or ENI or BP, Aramco, for instance, BGN, Gunvor, BB Energy. So a wide variety of market participants participating in the process, able to trade with each other. Now, a very important aspect of the market on close process is that with time, bids and offers have to improve in value in an incremental fashion. You can't have gapping. Francesco used that analogy whereby somebody would buy his house for $50 million, for instance. That would be deemed as off-market, and we wouldn't allow something like that in the process. Value has to test incrementally with time, so that we really do get the true value of a particular commodity at a particular point in time. So that's a snapshot. The page 5, you can just see at the bottom here, every time a price changes, you get an update, where every time you get a trade, you get an update. Yeah, it's a very transparent process. And with that, I will end and look forward to any questions that you might have around the market on close process, please.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Engineer Undaka. I am with Jodo Asset Management. I'm a certified commodity trader, certified investment manager, US, UK, Canada, so I've been around the world and I've seen a lot of markets. And I know the Brent and the WTI, most of us here know it. Now, you're so focused on market close. You say the market closes between 4 p.m., 4:30, 5 p.m. European time. Now, this is Africa. Our markets don't close. Sometimes oil trades are executed 10 p.m. at night. Sometimes those prices are determined 2 a.m. in the morning. If you were trying to introduce a methodology that is predominantly European or global in one point, how does that fit into the Nigerian and African narrative based on the fact of how we do things here and how we do business here? Because that's the gap. And if you bring in this methodology and you're not trying to, just adjust it into the Nigerian way of doing things, how do you think the Nigerian oil and gas traders will buy into this project you're trying to do? Thank you.
Just hold on, Francesco. Let's take the second question and I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Akawogo, I'm a lawyer. So, Francesco, my question will be to you. Could you give us a general idea of the terms, just general terms, under which participants in this market will be trading? You don't need to be too specific, because, and why I say that is because, obviously, if you're factoring bids and offers, potentially you are factoring the idea of locking into trades. And obviously that comes with obligations. So it will be useful for those who intend to participate in the market to have a sense of what those general terms will be. And then specifically, where precisely will these trades be taking place for the purpose of anchoring jurisdiction in the event of a breach of a locked-in market?
All right, Francesco, it's back to you.
So two very, very good questions. So let's go to the first one, right? Like, the one around sort of the emphasis on the market on close and the different trading times, and perhaps, the realities of Nigeria, or the different time zone, or simply like a different trading sort of typical cycle. Well, you heard before that, we do track the entirety of that day's trading that might be happening. So we look at bids and offers that are being reported from as early as the markets open, so typically around the 9 a.m. So any trade that is conducted throughout that day will be relevant towards that day's assessment. However, all of the activities then normalized to the 16:30 timestamp. And why is that important? Because it allows all of the commodities that we assess to be comparable in nature. And what I mean by that is, let's imagine that there is an assessment of gasoline that is purely utilizing trades, right? It's not looking at a timestamp, it's looking at trades that are happening throughout the entirety of the trading window. And perhaps, those gasoline cargoes are trading very, very heavily during the morning when the flat prices are very, very high. And perhaps, you're a refinery and you're looking to understand what is your gasoline crack, right? The crack spread, the difference between the crude oil that you consume and the gasoline that you sell. You need to be able to evaluate that at exactly the same timestamp. And if you were to find that your assessment of crude oil is informed by trading activity that's happening later in the day, well, it doesn't allow that comparability to fully be executed. But just going back to the point that I was making just now, is that every trade, every transaction, every bid or offer that is reported in our process is definitely taken into account towards that day's trading, towards that day's assessment. It's certainly not excluded. And I hope that this answers your question to a certain extent. Now, going back to the other question around the standard terms, and I think you were asking also around the jurisdiction, and I can see that your legal background by virtue of the nature of the question that you're asking. But in short, we are publishers of information. So we are not regulators, and we're not there to establish enforcement mechanisms as to how a market should prescriptively be structured. However, what we do is that we observe those markets, and we observe the standards around which those markets coalesce. And so typically what we've observed is that there is an understanding that there are shared general terms and conditions that are oftentimes employed, and many of the oil majors, for example, the likes of BP or Shell or ExxonMobil, they will publish their own general terms and conditions. And these are typically the frameworks, the governing frameworks for many of the contracts that are happening in the oil space. Now, that doesn't mean that Platts will be expecting everybody to utilizing these exact same set of GTs and Cs, but what we will be expecting is those market standards to be adhered to. And many of our guidelines that are then sort of like crystallized in our methodologies, they are purely based on the observation of those market standards. And in terms of the jurisdiction, well, I mean, this will be obviously up to the counterparties to decide which sort of like law and what sort of court of arbitration would be applicable in the event of a dispute in that contract, because we still would expect bilateral performance of those trades to take place between the two counterparties. And Platts doesn't provide a contractual framework other than it expects it to be a standard market framework and contractual framework that the counterparties should be adhering to. But I understand it's a little bit more technical, so I'll be happy to take this question, perhaps to develop it a little bit more offline later on. So I think that's all in terms of questions. So once again, thank you. And yeah, we will be discussing this, no doubt, during the next sessions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Francesco and Gary. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going over now to the very last presentation before the closing remarks is taken by Prof. But before I do that, earlier in the morning, I had mentioned in my protocol some of the African countries who are represented here. I think it's okay if I would just give one quick final mention of those African countries who've joined us here again. If you indulge me for just a quick few seconds to a minute, let me just remind us again that we had someone from Chad. We had Chad represented here. From Niger, the Niger rep is online. Give them a round of applause one more time. Yes, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. We have our Niger ARSE colleague online. We have Sonab Guinea, we'll listen to them. IRDP Angola is also here. NPRA Sierra Leone is here. MPA Ghana is here. DGH Cote d'Ivoire is also here. Please give all of them a round of applause. If we're talking regional reference market, one country cannot be a region, and hence your presence here, all of you, is quite commendable, and we thank you. We're also joined today by the hydrographers of the Federation, the National Hydrographic Agency. They're here. We thank them as well for joining. Yes, a round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Onwards now to our final presentation, and it is going to be on evolving trends in the West African crude oil markets and Platts dated Brent. To do this presentation is the EMEA crude oil price, is a manager of EMEA crude oil pricing at Platts, and of course is overseeing this subject matter in West Africa, Mediterranean, and the dated Brent markets. Please welcome with me Sam Angel.
Okay, super. Thanks very much. Thanks very much, everyone, for being here. My name is Sam. As was mentioned, I'm the manager of the European and African crude oil price assessments at Platts in London. So I manage a team of about 5 people looking at a variety of crude oil markets in Europe and Africa. We're primarily the dated Brent market, which I'll talk about in some detail in a moment, but also the West African markets, of course, and the Mediterranean sweet markets as well. Now, I'm conscious time is somewhat of the essence now as we've run a little bit over, so I won't linger on kind of the very fine points of the crude oil pricing methodology too much. But of course, should you have any questions, do find me afterwards, or indeed you can get in touch with us in the London Crude team, where myself or get in touch with us on one of these emails where myself or one of my colleagues will be certainly happy to provide some more clarity on our assessments and our methodologies. So just to wrap up today then, I'm going to have a bit of a focus on crude oil over the next sort of 45 minutes or so. And I'm going to split this time into two sections. So first, we'll have a little bit of a look at some of the recent trends in the West African crude oil markets with a little bit of a focus on Nigeria. What are some of the challenges that have historically faced West African crude oil markets, and what are some of the advantages that they have over competing oils in the Atlantic Basin? Then after that, we'll have a little bit of a look at what is one of our biggest and indeed one of the largest physical commodity benchmarks in the world, and that is Platts Dated Brent, which is kind of the global crude oil benchmark that we publish from London every day at 16:30 London time, and have a look at some of the changes that we've seen as that benchmark has evolved over a period of the last 40 and 50 years. But first, a little bit of a look at West Africa, the West African crude markets and Nigerian crude markets in particular. Now, of course, we've spoken a little bit about some of the turmoil that we've seen in crude oil markets and oil markets generally over the last 5 years or so. Of course, we had the demand destruction of the COVID-19 pandemic in the early 2020s, and then subsequently, of course, conflicts in Ukraine and most recently between Israel and Iran in the Middle East. And these have had, of course, profound impacts on trade flows and profound impacts on prices. And kind of the footprints of that are visible throughout West Africa, even if these crude oil grades in the Gulf of Guinea and from elsewhere have not been directly implicated in these geopolitical conflicts. And one of these trends has been a growing tilt towards Europe as the demand center for West African crude. Nigerian oil in particular has often had a reputation as a swing barrel in the Atlantic Basin. Nigerian crude can go into Europe, or indeed it can flow out of the Atlantic Basin into East Asia to major buyers, say, such as India or Indonesia. And what we've seen over the last few years is that relationship, that quality of the West African market begin to break down a little bit, most notably in the Nigerian markets that have been quite more reliant on Europe as a demand center, but also to a certain extent the Angolan market as well as the other major producer in the region. And we can see that in the data, the export data of where these crude cargoes are going month to month and cycle to cycle. That of course is the overarching trend, but it's not the full story. There is granularity and sort of texture to this trend. It's not all straightforward. And a key component in that is the Dangote refinery, which of course has been central to many of the discussions that we've been having today. On the left-hand side here, you can see in the black the Indian demand for Nigerian crude oil since 2021. Of course, we're seeing a sharp decline as sanctioned crudes from mostly Russia flow east of Suez, displacing the traditional flow of Nigerian crudes. But what we see subsequently from December 2023, when the Dangote refinery comes online and begins taking its first crude oil cargoes, is this surge in domestic demand for Nigerian oil that is really actually unprecedented in Nigeria's history as an oil producer, of course Dangote being the first major refinery in the region. And so now what we have actually is a circumstance in which domestic demand for crude oil is actually overtaken demand from what is traditionally one of West Africa's major buyers in the form of India, as the Dangote refinery has taken at times upwards of 10 million barrels of Nigerian crude a month. Now, I emphasise the role of Europe as a demand centre for West African oil and particularly Nigerian crudes. Here we can see that relationship at play. One of the biggest advantages of West Africa as a producing region is that many of the crudes that come out of, say, the Gulf of Guinea, for example, are actually of a quality that's highly, highly sought after in many of these major demand centres, particularly Europe. So here we can see some a selection of Nigerian crude prices on the top, and then along the bottom here, some European product cracks across middle distillates and light ends. And we can see that, in particular, as that reliance on Europe as a demand centre has become more pronounced, this has amplified the sensitivity of prices for West African crude to the downstream refining environment in Europe. So that's really one of the major advantages that many of the crudes that are exported from West Africa as a region have over competitors. Shorter haul crude oils, say within Europe or within the Mediterranean, or indeed from other major producers such as North America. But that characteristic doesn't come without its challenges as well. So I'm talking about kind of the demand centers for Nigerian and West African crudes. Many of these naturally are quite far away. South Asia, Southeast Asia, India, Indonesia, or indeed Europe. That positions West Africa naturally as quite a long-haul producer and exposes it to certain costs that other markets in, say, competing areas such as the Mediterranean or the North Sea are not exposed to. And that's most clearly exemplified in the cost of freight. Of course, you might have a crude oil cargo that on paper looks like great value, great yields, it's going to produce a lot of very, very high value product, a lot of high value middle distillates in the European market. But if the cost of transportation is prohibitive, then that, as a buyer, if you're picking up the cargo on an FOB basis, if there's a prohibitive cost of transportation, then that obviously factors into what you're going to be willing to pay for that cargo. And so what that means is there's kind of this push-pull relationship at times between a very, very lucrative downstream refining environment, the crudes of West African quality, offset in part by very, very high freight costs. And so you can see here during periods of elevated freight, particularly for West Africa the West Africa UKC Suezmax route, which is a kind of a critical benchmark route within the Atlantic Basin, that the price of flagship Nigerian grades, such as, say, Forcados from Nigeria, do tend to suffer as a result. Now, mentioning kind of the long-haul nature of this market, here we can see the typical trading cycle for West Africa when compared to some of its other competing markets. Here, what we have represented on screen is the series of assessment periods for the different regions that my team is working on pricing in London. So, for example, I'm going to talk about the dated Brent market in a minute. We have the North Sea at the bottom here with an assessment period for cargoes loading in the range of about 10 to 30 days forward. The Mediterranean is similar with one grade, Azeri Light, similarly 10 to 30 days. But then in Nigeria and Angola, the two leading West African markets, we see this much later 25 to 55 day period for assessing. So when market participants are submitting orders to us through the Platts Market on Close assessment process, they will do so for cargoes loading within this assessment window. And there are different assessment windows for every individual grade, and they simply mirror the prevailing market practice for these markets and these cargoes. So they are subject to change should we detect evolution in the way that the market has traded. Now, my colleagues have mentioned European Market Scan, which is where many of our refined products assessments can be found. For crude oils, the leading publication that we're releasing every day is the Platts Crude Oil Market Wire. So here you can find all of our major crude benchmarks, dated Brent, of course, but then also our array of West African crude oil assessments as well. At the moment, we assess 11 Nigerian crude oil grades and 8 Angolan crude oils and 3 other regional grades from the region. Of course, we're aware that that's not every crude in West Africa. Nigeria in particular is a very prolific crude oil producer, not just in terms of the sheer volume of oil that's coming out of the country, but also in terms of the sheer number of different grades that are being produced from Nigeria, upwards of 35 different crude oil grades. So what we've done with the 11 crudes that we're currently pricing on a day-to-day basis is give a cross-section of really what are the most internationally relevant and flagship grades that are coming out of West Africa and Nigeria. So we have many of the very well-known flagship crudes coming from Nigeria, such as Bonny Light or Quaibo or Forcados, as well as some smaller grades that are still nonetheless relevant and very widely referenced in the international markets, such as say something like Usan, which traditionally will trade to Asia as opposed to Europe. Let's get through this. Now, since just over a year ago now, the West African crude oil market on close assessment process is also facilitated by the eWindow communication tool that my colleagues Gary and Francesco just did a demonstration of a few minutes ago. And so what that means is that bids and offers, transparent, firm bids and offers for West African crude now sit on screen alongside many of our other major benchmarks in European refined products and indeed European crude oil such as dated Brent. So here we can actually see a real example of a cargo of West African crude that was published as part of the market on close process earlier this year. At the top here we can see a Bonny Light cargo on offer from Vitol, a named seller in the process, offering a cargo loading in January this year, loading across the dates January 21 to 22, and we can see the price that they're offering it at, which is 60 cents, a 60-cent per barrel premium to Platts dated Brent. And so this offer was actually lifted as was lifted during the MOC by Total on this particular occasion, and they purchased it from Vitol at a price of 55 cents above Platts dated Brent. And so that's a firm trade that will be performed upon following the MOC that gives us verifiable pricing data to define the Bonny Light assessment for that particular day, and is really kind of the highest quality information that we can receive as a price reporting agency. Now, I've spoken a little bit about kind of the fundamentals in West Africa, some of the enhancements to the assessment process that we've introduced in the last year, and altogether, what this has culminated in is a series of assessments that quite closely mirror market fundamentals, cycle to cycle, and day to day. And we can see that the Platts assessments for the taking a sample, two of our most kind of prominent assessments for Forcados and Quaibo, these two assessments closely mirror the prices, the official selling prices released by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation each month for these two grades, which I think speaks to our ability to accurately capture market value on a day-to-day basis and on a monthly basis as the cycles roll on. Nigeria, and that's important not just for the Nigerian market, but West Africa as a whole has become something of a reference point for crude oil trading within the Atlantic Basin as well. That's partly because of that deferred assessment period, deferred trading period that I mentioned earlier. If we think about and that's because, owing to the later load dates associated with West African cargoes when they're traded, they're often viewed, the health of the West African market is often viewed as a barometer for forward demand. And that's because if we think about how instructive is the health of a prompt market engaging forward demand? Well, if you take cargoes loading in a period, say, starting 10 days forward, how much does that really tell you about the demand for oil oil and refined products, say, in the medium-term future. Not too much, because that cargo will be loaded very promptly, refined very promptly, and consumed very promptly. But if we're watching cargoes of, say, West African oil that are loading up to almost 2 months ahead, with an addition to up to sometimes 2, 3, 4 weeks of sailing time on top of that, that's quite a good barometer of the health of forward demand globally, with oils from Angola and Nigeria flowing into key demand centers in East Asia and indeed Europe. So for that reason, West Africa has installed itself as something of a reference point for the health of light sweet oil in the Atlantic Basin already. Here we can see a selection of our West African assessments as well. At the top here we have the WAF index, which is just simply an average of 4 of our most prominent Nigerian crudes. But critically, what I would just want to point out here is the premium associated with the Nigerian quality oil. That's slightly denser, but still very, very sweet crude that's coming from Nigeria versus, say, some other regional grades from the Republic of the Congo or from Angola that we can see here in the blue, the red, and the black. This just illustrates the importance of crude quality within the region. Let's go through. Now, so that concludes kind of the first half of what I was going to talk about today in some of the trends that we've observed in the West African market in recent years. And so now I'll turn to one of the most important benchmarks that we publish at Platts, which is Dated Brent, and we'll look at some of the evolution in Dated in its kind of almost 40, 45, 50-year history, and some of the lessons and themes that are evident from the evolution of this particular benchmark, which really sits as one of the most prominent and important physical oil benchmarks in the world. So, but first, what are we referring to when we're talking about Dated Brent, and what role does it play within the global oil markets? Well, Dated, very simply, is an assessment, a benchmark assessment for the value of light sweet crude oil loading in the North Sea. Now, it's widely used as the pricing basis for crude oils all around the world, but most notably within the Atlantic Basin. It, of course, forms the pricing basis for all of the crudes being exported from West Africa, as well as crudes, of course, in Europe, in the Mediterranean, and even in far-flung regions such as Southeast Asia and Australia. So over time, Dated has emerged as this global benchmark price for crude oil. But what are sort of the components of this assessment? What does it reflect at its core? Well, the Dated Brent represents a basket of 6 crudes, 5 of which load in the North Sea, and 1 of which loads in North America, kind of the latest addition to the basket. And we'll talk about that a little bit in a little bit. When we're looking at kind of key crude oil benchmarks in the world, I've spoken a little bit about the role of Dated, but that duty is shared also with Platts Dubai, which is an assessment that is published by my colleagues in Singapore, and that forms the leading marker for medium sour crude loaded from the Middle Eastern Gulf. That's an assessment that's slightly less relevant for the West African market, simply owing to the divergence in qualities between, say, the Middle East and West Africa, and as well as the Atlantic Basin more broadly. But this is a kind of a snapshot of the two key crude oil pricing markers that we have in the world at present. Now, a little bit of price history. I think we saw a version of this chart earlier, but we can see that, of course, Dated has, over time, as the global crude oil benchmark, has proved sensitive to a wide range of factors in the last few years, many of those being geopolitical. We can see the all-time high in dated on the far left-hand side of this chart, shortly following the beginning of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine in 2022. That was just shy of $140 per barrel. And we can see the overall price of the benchmark has ebbed and flowed as the years have passed since that kind of key event in 2022. Looking a bit more recently through the last year and through early 2025 so far, what we generally see is a capped dated market, as I think was alluded to earlier, with fairly modest oil demand growth globally through 2024, and it's created quite a structurally weak picture for the crude oil price. But this has, of course, been punctuated by kind of an ambient geopolitical risk as well. And so whilst we see the price of dated has settled into this range of kind of $60 to $70 per barrel in the last year or so, there have been spikes prompted by that geopolitical risk premium. Of course, most evident in the last few months following the escalations in conflict between Iran and Israel. I alluded earlier to the quality that we're seeking to reflect in the dated benchmark, and this is something that's really extremely important. Dated Brent is a global light sweet benchmark, and that means we're reflecting a quality of crude oil that is low in sulfur and generally low in density. If we have a look here, this is a selection of grades from the Dated Brent basket. You can see at the table on the left-hand side, compared to some of the leading grades exported from Nigeria. And you can see that generally, when we look at the chart, there's these four quadrants, light sweet being the bottom right-hand side, and then heavy sweet, bottom left-hand side, then kind of heavier sour, top left, and then kind of light sour on the top right. We can see in the black, the Dated Brent basket nestles itself very, very neatly into that bottom left-hand quadrant, alongside many of the leading West African and Nigerian crudes that we see on the top of this table, here. And so that's one of the reasons why Dated has established itself as a natural benchmark for light sweet crudes, such as those exported from West Africa. The benchmark, Dated Brent as a benchmark is, of course, very, very sophisticated and efficient now, but it wasn't necessarily always this way. We have 6 crudes, as I mentioned earlier, in the Dated Brent basket at the moment, but this, of course, began just with the one crude, Brent Blend, loading in the North Sea. And so the tale of Dated is one of constant evolution. As the needs of the market have changed, as markets have entered states of flux, the methodology that we're deploying to calculate that global crude oil benchmark each day has changed as the needs of the market has changed. So we can see originally the first Brent coming from the original Brent oil field in the late 1970s. Over time, as the market has become more sophisticated, there have been derivative contracts that have been introduced into the market to hedge exposure between different components of the Brent complex. And of course, new grades have been added over time. But critically, throughout this whole process, as markets have entered states of flux and states of change, us as Platts, as the stewards, as the custodians of this most critical of oil benchmarks, have managed to evolve our methodologies to keep pace with the changing tendencies in the crude oil market over time. And so through this iterative process, we've been able to build Brent from simply in partnership with the market, build Brent from just this one crude oil kind of regional marker for crude oil in Northwest Europe to the global benchmark that it is today, used to price crude oil all over the world, in Europe, in West Africa, in Australia, Southeast Asia, the world over. So one could kind of deliver a kind of week-long lecture series on the full evolution of Brent and all of the various changes that have been introduced over time. But for today, for the time I have remaining, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit on these two points we have at the bottom right here, and particularly the introduction of the 6th grade into the basket, into this Brent basket that I described earlier, the 6th grade being WTI Midland. Now, if if we just zoom in on the introduction of Midland for a moment, as I think Vera showed this slide a little bit earlier in the day, but just this one bullet point in Data's kind of 50-year history, this one change is just by itself years in the making. We can see that, of course, the first stepping stone to allowing the introduction of Midland into the benchmark was in 2015 when the US eased its crude oil export ban, allowing US crude such as WTI Midland to flow out of the US Gulf and into new export markets such as Europe. And since then, we've been as part of a constant process of consultation and of feedback gathering, that precise methodology for incorporating WTI Midland into the Brent basket has been hammered out over time, slowly, incrementally, and iteratively over a period of over 3 years, with feedback from market participants at its core. And so this culminates eventually in May 2023, when a 6th grade, and critically a grade from outside of the North Sea, and that's something I'll talk about in a minute, was added to this basket of light sweet crudes that form the basis for the global crude oil benchmark, Brent. So, I'll talk about now just a few of the reasons why WTI Midland was a natural choice for inclusion in the benchmark, but also a little bit on some of the challenges associated with incorporating Midland into Brent, because with a benchmark of dated stature, it's not always a straightforward process. A benchmark where there are where everyone in the world and indeed in the market has so much exposure to the price of this one price published every day. It's something as stewards of dated, it's something we take very, very seriously and have to think very, very carefully about before announcing, proposing, or implementing any changes to the benchmark. But first, why WTI Midland? Why this 6th grade at the bottom of this table here? Well, first of all, this goes back to a question of quality. As I've mentioned, Dated Brent is a light sweet benchmark for the world. And whilst we have 5 native North Sea grades, native European grades reflecting that quality, WTI Midland slots nicely into that specification. We can see it here in the lower right-hand side quadrant that I alluded to earlier, circled in red, nestling right in amongst kind of the Nigerian crudes and the rest of the native European basket that I mentioned earlier. So critically, it was a grade that was of the right quality with respect to what we're trying to reflect in the benchmark. Secondly, WTI Midland represented a pre-existing flow of oil into Europe. Matthew was talking a little bit earlier about how as publishers of benchmark information, we're not trying to shape how these various markets trade. We're trying to reflect the prevailing market practice in all of our benchmarks. And so that means if you had if we have a light sweet European benchmark, if we had a grade that, for example, wasn't trading in Europe, wasn't being refined in Europe, that wouldn't make any sense to include in your light sweet European benchmark. But what we've seen actually since late 2015, since the export ban on US crudes was lifted, is that WTI Midland has firmly established itself as a baseload crude in the European refining market. We can see on the left-hand side here, WTI Midland flows dating back to 2017, exploding as Europe has imported more and more US crude to supplement its native supplies. We do track every cargo of WTI Midland, track performance on every cargo of WTI Midland that comes into our assessment process. So you can see a visualization of that here on the right-hand side, and you can see that the cargoes the trades that have been reported to us and performed on, critically delivered as part of our assessment process have discharged and been refined at a wide range of European destinations across Northwest Europe and the Mediterranean, as well as actually the Baltic as well. So most important, so critically, it was of a quality congruent with what we're trying to reflect in the benchmark, and it represented this pre-existing flow of oil. But That said, the addition of Midland was not without its challenges as well. And there was a little bit of conversation earlier about harmonizing specifications and creating standardization and specification across oil refined products. Well, this is actually a problem we encountered through the process of including WTI Midland in the data benchmark as well. Midland, of course, being a US grade, is a product of blending processes in the US Gulf Coast, and that means that the quality of oil being exported as WTI Midland can vary quite significantly, and that differs from the European market or even the West African market, where quality of individual grades is highly consistent. So we have this standardization problem to a certain extent with the US crude. And here, actually, this was not an insoluble problem. Again, we're talking about harmonizing specifications across one closed process. Will now trade, such as the importance and relevance of the Platts spec in this market, that now WTI Midland, even outside of the market on closed process, will now trade basis Platts spec. Buyers and sellers outside of the MOC will trade under a guarantee of the Platts spec for WTI Midland. And that just speaks to the stature of Dated Brent as a benchmark in Europe and indeed around the world. A second problem associated with this North American origin that I alluded to earlier is that, of course, WTI Midland is not a grade that's loaded in the North Sea. Now, we have here, you can see the 5 native crudes in the Dated Brent basket that were present before the introduction of this sixth grade. And WTI Midland is critically, just doesn't sit geographically alongside them. And that creates a few small difficulties because fundamentally Dated Brent is an FOB benchmark. We are reflecting the value of oil at the load port. We're not reflecting a delivered value. But WTI Midland, since the lifting of the US export ban, had traded on a delivered basis, a delivered Rotterdam basis, a cost, insurance, and freight basis, inclusive of the shipping costs. So again, this was not an insurmountable problem. At face value, it appears difficult, but actually, again, through that period of over 3 years of dialogue and consultation with the market, we developed a methodology to include a CIF, a freight inclusive value for a grade in an FOB benchmark. And that essentially, I can, if you want to learn a bit more about kind of the nuts and bolts of this, do approach me afterwards. I'll be happy to explain it. But essentially, we are taking delivered values for WTI Midland in Rotterdam and calculating a freight adjustment to derive an FOB North Sea value for it. And that critically allows Midland, as a grade from outside the region, to be compared for pricing purposes alongside these 5 native North Sea crudes that have always existed in the basket, keeping Dated Brent as an FOB benchmark. So those are some of the pros and some of the challenges associated with this multi-year project. What was the end result at the end of the day? After May 2023, how has Dated Brent, the global crude oil benchmark, behaved? And really, it's a story of primarily a significant growth in liquidity. Here on the top, we can see kind of the number of cargoes that are being traded in the Platts market on closed assessment process to define the value of the benchmark. And there are a couple of kind of key months here. We can see WTI Midland cargoes in the red. And since May 2023, when it was first introduced into the benchmark, we see this surge in liquidity owing to the new supply, the new stream that's being reflected in Dated. We can draw your attention to a few key months, particularly December 2024. In that particular month, we had 39 cargoes across the assessment process trade to define the value of Dated. So that is really an extraordinary amount of oil. So that is, on average, about 180 or 190,000 metric tons of crude oil that is trading in the Platts MOC every single day to define the global crude oil benchmark. That's an exceptional month, but even We can see several months here where we have over 20 cargoes trading a month. So that's about an Aframax cargo every single day. So about 90,000 metric tons of crude oil trading every day to define the price of the benchmark. That's the liquidity, and that's really only half the story, because again, the addition of new liquidity, greater transparency has brought also broadening participation. We can see the physical participants in the assessment process along the bottom here, and you see a lot of sort of names that you might expect: oil majors, oil trading companies, but also we've seen a flurry and a stream of new entrants into the assessment process as well. New entities from India, from the Middle East, some new participants in Europe as well. So, just to close, then, this is a slide some of my colleagues have shown before. What are the themes, some of the lessons that our experience as stewards of dated, as this very significant crude oil benchmark, what are some of the themes that come out as applicable to kind of emerging or nascent markets, such as those in West Africa? Well, first of all, in dated, we have a market that is where we're able to consistently reflect fair market value each day at that 16:30 London timestamp. And that's been derived through a methodology, through a gradual and iterative process in dialogue with the market to evolve and derive a methodology that is very, very precise and very, 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 very accurate when it comes to capturing that value each day. And critically, it's a process that has been open to market feedback and scrutiny every step of the way. When I showed you that timeline earlier, every iteration of the Brent methodology has been put to market participants and scrutinized by market participants and open to feedback from external stakeholders. Secondly, again, this slide is one that my colleagues showed earlier. We have very, very high quality information in the data assessment process, not just a lot of data, not just thousands and thousands of metric tons of crude oil changing hands in the assessment process, but also very, very precise data. The assessment process for data Brent relies heavily on the very, very top of that pyramid, the reviewed MOC, market on close process. And so what that means is that we have we've been able to develop a very, very precise assessment process for dated Brent, where half a cent or half a second are meaningful and consequential increments in the price assessment process. And so that high-quality information, that trusted methodology, that coalesces along with the growing liquidity that we've seen to drive data forward and ensure that it's fit for purpose for many, many years to come, following the evolutions and the changes that we've made over the last few years. And that, I'm conscious that we're running a little bit over this afternoon, but that's where I'll leave it for today. Should anyone have any questions about anything I've mentioned or wants to go into sort of the finer details of the dated assessment or indeed our West African assessments, do approach me afterwards. I'll be happy to discuss at length. But thank you very much. I'll leave this up here. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Simon Giles, giving us that quite detailed presentation on dated Brent. We're going to move on swift. Now remember, there is a dinner this evening at the Lagos Oshun Hall. Here, this one here, Congress Hall here, where they had lunch. That other room, is it Kano Hall or something? That's Kano or something. Can someone get the name of that hall and give me? But it's just around where they had lunch, the hall around where they had lunch. It's no longer Lagos Oshun. Okay, I stand corrected. There's a dinner this evening hosted by S&P Global. Just come to the Congress Hall, somewhere around here. The dinner will take place, but I've been told it's upstairs there. We'll just be sure you're here. 7 p.m. is the time. We're trying to bring this to a close on time, then we get there. Of course, the authority has done this in partnership with Platts S&P Commodity Insights, and leading the team for the authority is the next speaker who will be drawing the curtains for us this evening, a seasoned professional herself who understands the importance of ease of doing business, especially as a regulator. So working for the authority and working to ensure that this regional reference market is achieved is a testament to her commitment in ensuring that truly efficiency and transparency comes in the downstream sector. So please welcome with me our Executive Director in charge of Economic Regulations and Strategic Planning, Professor Zainab Gobil.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm sure we're all tired, but we still have 4 hours to go. Sorry, I just thought I'd lighten up the mood a bit. Authority Chief Executive, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think my boss said it all earlier this morning when he said this is going to be a collective effort by all of us, and the precedence has been set by him and S&P Global and by the authority by bringing regulators together to enable business for the industry. This is a great milestone. This is to show you that the authority walks the walk and talks the talk. So with a round of applause, please, for Plaques and the Authority Chief Executive. On that note, I would like to thank everybody for coming. Tomorrow is going to be an exciting day, very engaging, enlightening. We have great speakers, people you'd want to listen to in the industry, regulators, and other stakeholders. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow on time, 9 a.m. prompt, and have a safe trip back. For those of you joining us for dinner, let's have a good time this evening. Thank you so much for coming.